We are live on a Monday edition of the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show, at 973. What's up, everybody? The Sports Bash on a Monday after the Phillies lose a series against the L.A. Angels. Looking back at that series, what stands out? The Phillies do add a veteran bullpen arm. We'll get your thoughts on that. That was made official today. You can also look at the trade deadline stuff as it is all starting to come in now. All looking at the rumors, looking at all the stuff that's happening out there. It's starting to pick up. You can tell we are 10 days away now from the trade deadline. And Eagles training camp opens tomorrow. What's going on, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning producing today's show. You out there. We're also going to get into, later on in the show, there is a interesting article over at foxsports.com about a possible Sixers trade that I think would be one worth listening to, actually. No doubt about it. We'll get into that later on in the program tonight. How's everybody doing out there? Feel good? Feel good? Good weekend? It was a kind of non-eventful weekend, I would say. Phillies lose both their games. They had the big game on Saturday with the Grand Slam, the Harper home run. That was the feel-good game of the weekend. Other than that, it was kind of a weekend that makes you say, okay, you're up, Dave Dombrowski. What do you got for me? Let's see what you're going to do here. I will say this. I think yesterday's game, you had Ranger Suarez pitching. Now, his velocity apparently was down and all that good stuff. I think yesterday's game is a game that you don't get too crazy about because, I don't know, do you think Ranger Suarez is going to pitch at a Cy Young level the entire season? Not necessarily. But if you want to look back to last year and say, hey, Ranger was awesome in the first half of the season, not as good in the second half of the season. So does that concern you? The second thing would be, obviously they lost the game 8-2 yesterday. A lot of that was Ranger Suarez. But this was a weekend where other than the Grand Slam and the home run from Harper, not a lot of runs scored. Now you would look at this offense and say it's been kind of the story of the weekend, or the season, I should say. And yesterday you had a day where Schwarber struck out twice, Harper struck out twice, Castellanos 0 for 4. Bohm is out of this lineup for the next, couple of weeks here with that broken rib. I'm looking at this whole thing and saying, you have no Bohm in the lineup now. And I know Bohm is not like, hey, some prototypical number 4 hole hitter, but now you've lost a guy that hits number 4 in the lineup. How many teams can withstand losing their number 4 hole hitter at this stage of the season when you're battling for a division? I mean, this is another hit to a lineup that is already very, very, very compromised. So let's look at the Bohm thing for a second and be like, hey, can Otto Kemp? No, he was 2 for 4 yesterday. He's done a nice job. He's been much better than I've given him credit for. So definitely Kemp has given me more reason to say, hey, man, I'll give you more of an opportunity. His defense, not good, was a factor in the game the other night. He did hit another home run. He's hitting 260. It doesn't seem that Kemp is a guy that is going to be an albatross in your lineup, much like Kepler, much like Stott has been, much like, Rojas is when he's in the lineup. But speaking of Rojas, I thought there was an interesting thing in the game the other night. We get all these people that always say Rob Thompson always goes by the book. He always goes by the book. And I have told those people that they are often not right. And Saturday night, we saw the example. Rojas came up in the 6th inning. It was a clear spot where they generally would hit for the right-handed hitter. He let Rojas hit in that spot, and Rojas drove in the run to make it 4-3. And it's one of the microcosms of games are managed differently in the first half of the season as they are in the second half of the season, and they are managed differently in the second half of the season as they are in the playoffs. So one of the big things is I wonder if over the All-Star break, the Phillies brass got together and said, listen, we're going to be less reliant on these platoons. In other words, anytime a right-handed hitter comes up, we're not automatically going to hit for that guy. Because that was a spot on Saturday night when Rojas came up in the sixth with the bases loaded. What were you thinking? I mean, everybody listening right now is thinking they're going to hit either Kepler or Stott in this spot. They let Rojas hit against a right-handed hitter, and he delivered. He hit a line drive deep to left field. It got the run home, and the Phillies end up getting a lead 4-3 there. So you could see a little bit of a shift on Saturday night. Now, will that be the rest of the way? We'll see. We'll see if the Phillies continue to go that route. But I think what it does signify is it is seemingly the beginning of the end for Max Kepler. I think Kepler's time, now he did play yesterday. He was 0 for 4. I think he is on borrowed time with a 204 batting average, a 299 on base percentage. I think this does signify the beginning of the end for Max Kepler. Like if you are in the sixth inning with the bases loaded, the Angels bring in a right-handed pitcher, and the Phillies say, you know what, Kepler? Nah, we're okay. We're going to let Johan Rojas hit here. I think the writing's on the wall that they are at least exploring another option there. So who are those options? Well, some articles starting to come out with some things that are certainly eye-opening, some names that are eye-opening. And I think if you start to hear some of these names, you're going to start to find guys that you might say, hey, I'm interested in that name or not interested in that name. One of the key names, I want to throw a name out there and see what everybody thinks about one of these names. If you were to say, I want to get this guy at the deadline, these are 4 names that we saw today, and we have a story up at 973ESPN.com. 4 names right now that Jim Bowden from The Athletic, former Major League Baseball general manager with a couple different teams, Reds, Nationals. These are some names that he has put out there, okay? Which of these names interest you the most? Number 1, Luis Robert Jr. Now, Luis Robert Jr. is an enigma. Plays for the White Sox. Numbers are horrible, but hits right-handed, plays center field, and has actually started to come around a little bit here recently. But he is a major, major enigma. I would say Luis Robert, of all this group of guys that I will name, is probably the biggest enigma of them all. Number 2. Now he plays center field, Luis Robert Jr. The other name is Cedric Mullins, guy that we heard about early in the season. Baltimore, one problem with him. He does play center field. He is left-handed. I think Cedric Mullins is an upgrade over what you have, but not a great fit for the lineup because he does hit left-handed. Where does he hit in the lineup? He goes to center field, probably moves Marsh over to left field, and then you have a Marsh and Kemp platoon. Does that make you significantly better if you add Cedric Mullins to this team? You're probably better. Are you significantly better? Where is Cedric Mullins hitting on this team? The best you could probably do with Cedric Mullins would be in the 5 hole. Because he's not going to hit 4, even though he's got more power than Bohm, because now you have 3 straight left-handed bats back to back to back. So I could see Cedric Mullins possibly hitting in the number 5 spot if he got brought here. So would adding a guy that hit in the 5 spot be a good thing? Yeah, I mean, it pushes Castellanos down to 6. I think you can certainly say, yeah, we're better. We're definitely somewhat better. Now, Cedric Mullins got off to a good start. He is not having a good year since the beginning of the year. He is hitting, by the way, .218 with 13 homers and an on-base percentage of .300. So do I think Cedric Mullins is a big add or an update to your team? I do not. I probably pass on Cedric Mullins, okay? Number 3 would be the third target that they listed is Jarren Duran. Now, on the surface, you would say Jarren Duran is a guy you got to get. He's the MVP of the All-Star game in 2024. He is a guy who has hit leadoff for the Red Sox, although he is in an interesting spot with the Red Sox. If I just told you Jarren Duran and you haven't watched a Red Sox game all year, you'd say, hey, you got to get that guy. He is a left-handed hitter who hasn't hit left-handed pitching. In fact, this season, he is hitting .210 with a .243 on-base percentage. He has 1 home run against lefties this year in 75 games. Now, overall, he's having a decent season. I say decent season. He's not having a great year. He's having a decent season. He is hitting .257 with a .322 on base. He has 8 homers. He has 50 RBI. He does have a league-leading 10 triples. He does steal bases. He's not even really playing the outfield anymore, though. He's not like a legit center fielder. They moved him out there, then they moved him to left. So he's not a great outfielder. If you brought Jarren Duran in here, same problem. He hits left-handed. Where does he bat in your lineup? I think you have, and on the surface, you would say, I would take Jarren Duran. And are you a match with the Red Sox? I think you are. They need pitching. You could offer, obviously, Andrew Painter, Mick Abel. Are you willing to give up Andrew Painter for Jarren Duran right now? This version of Jarren Duran who has really struggled. At first, I think you would say yes. But thinking it over and taking a little deeper look, I think you do have to have some pause if Jarren Duran is the same player that he was his MVP of the All-Star Game season, which he was a good player, not a great player. I mean, Duran has kind of come out of nowhere, by the way. He was a guy that, was an underdog type of player. He was not a high draft pick or some like highly touted prospect. He just kind of came out of nowhere and became this player, and then I think his story, the Netflix thing, he wins the All-Star Game MVP, it certainly put him on the map. But his numbers are down this season, and there's a reason why the Red Sox would be willing to move him. I don't know if they're looking to, but would be willing to, is they don't really have a place for him to play. He's kind of DHing for that team right now, and they're saying he's too young to be a DH. We don't really want this type of player DHing for us. So that would be the third guy. And then the fourth guy is Adolis Garcia. His name has also come up. Now, Garcia is interesting because he has primarily played right field. The Phillies have a right fielder. He has played some center field and very little left field. Okay, so can you move him over to left field? Probably. The power numbers this season, not really there. 13 homers, good, not great. 56 RBI, 232 batting average, not good. 272 on base percentage, not good at all. 399 slug, 375 OPS. None of those numbers very good. Adolis Garcia is a guy that you're like, okay, if he's the guy in 2023, I'm excited. This guy here, I think I probably pass. So any of those 4 guys that have been mentioned today by Jim Bowden over at The Athletic, any of them guys do anything for you? Let's start there.
Only 2. There's only 2 names you mentioned that I would, if I was John Middleton, right, and Dave Dombrowski brought that list of names to me, there's only 2 guys that I would even be like, I can see us making that move. I'm okay with it. One of them would be Cedric Mullins. Not because I think Cedric Mullins is the best player in the world, but because I do think you don't have to give up a ton to get him. I think that's part of it. I don't think that Mullins is going to, require you to give up some crazy prospect package, right? The other guy I would be interested in is because I think part of the problem in Boston, because I have heard this said by a lot of people, the Red Sox are a rudderless ship.
Yeah. Well, that was the talk 2 weeks ago, and now they've become the hottest team in baseball. So the rudderless ship stuff has now changed.
I'm not talking about on the field. I'm talking about
off the field. Yes, they do have, some ownership questions. That the ownership group is more focused on the soccer team. That the Red Sox are not being as focused on like they used to.
But there's also a lot of reports coming out of Boston that the team does not have good leadership in the locker room. It's not a very healthy locker room. It's kind of like a what's that term? They duct tape things together.
Yeah, but that was then. This is now. I mean, so 3 weeks ago the reporting was this team looks like they're lost. They've now won 8 out of 10. They are 54-47. They're in the wild card right now. So things have changed stop on a dime and flipped on its head for that team to where they look like they were sellers, selling Chapman, selling Duran.
Right.
Now we can't get rid of it. Now, Duran is interesting because he was a very key player for that team.
Not anymore.
And all of a sudden, he is not as key a player. In fact, he was hitting 7th in the lineup the other day.
Yeah.
He is almost now, his splits are so bad that he is essentially platooning almost now because he hasn't hit lefties all season long. So you're looking at a guy that, are you bringing in a guy to just try to upgrade over Max Kepler?
Well, that's where my mind is. You notice I mentioned the 2 left-handers, Duran and Mullins. Mike, shouldn't the priority be at this point, if I can't get a high-level player, to just get someone who replaces Max Kepler?
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's Duran, but right now you can make an argument that Duran isn't even that big of an upgrade as a left-handed hitter. Now, against righties, he would be. Against right-handed pitchers, Duran's hitting 281 with a 360 on base. He is definitely would be an upgrade as what you just said. He would be an upgrade as the left-handed bat in the platoon. Absolutely.
That's what I'm looking at.
What level of player are you giving up to bring in another platoon player? That's the problem. And if I'm the Red Sox, I'm probably saying, I want Andrew Painter. And then the Phillies can say, go pound sand. What's the next ask? Okay, then I'll take Mick Abel. At that point, do the Phillies retort and say, would you give up Mick Abel for a platoon player? That's the question.
Well, see, I don't look at it as I'm giving up for a platoon player. I am giving up Mick Abel for a guy who was the All-Star Game MVP and who is still a young enough player that is on that can there's still room for growth and evolution and development.
Duran is interesting because of his age. That factors in this, too. He is a younger player at 28 years old. I say younger. He's starting to hit the back end here.
Right.
You only have a little bit of time before you probably have a 2-year window with him as the player that you can get the most out of. He is an odd one because Duran is a guy who has hit leadoff.
He's hit all over the lineup, basically.
He's batting, I think, more 7th right now.
He's been batting 6-7 the last couple weeks. But is that a guy, if you put him in, if everyone's healthy and he's your 5-hitter, right, behind Alec Boehm?
I don't know that that's where they would hit him, but maybe. He's not a big power guy.
No, he's not, but he's a guy who is showing the ability to drive in runs.
He's tough. I mean, I don't know what level of – am I giving up Mick Abel to bring in a platoon player? Now, would the Phillies platoon him? Did they just say, hey, we're getting Jarren Duran, and he's playing every day in left field, and we're going to go with – see, then you have another left-handed hitter, and that, again, kind of staggers the situation of where do we hit him in the lineup, all that stuff. I would say 5 is a possibility only because he hits left-handed.
Right.
So far, by the way, for the Red Sox, he has hit first leadoff 90 games this year. So he has primarily been the leadoff hitter. Mm-hmm. He has batted in the 7-hole twice, and both of them have come like in the last week. So they have essentially dropped him. He has hit 5th 3 times, 6th 3 times, 7th twice. He is like slowly moving down the lineup.
Yeah, he's like Bryson Stott.
Yeah, he's a tough one because of the fact that he hits left-handed.
But a change of scenery might be good for him. He's still a guy with a ton of potential. Like I look at guys like Luis Robert and a guy like
Robert has been.
I have zero interest in that guy. I think he is the biggest waste. That guy had one good year.
He has gotten extremely hot here in the last couple of weeks.
That's fool's gold.
Could be fool's gold. I'm not sitting here saying that you're absolutely wrong about that, but
that's a guy who walks into Philadelphia and says, I'm in Philadelphia now.
He is playing for a team that is really bad. So he's the only guy in that lineup. He's the only bat you really have to worry about. But his last month, the last 28 days, 314 batting average, 429 on base percentage, a 600 slug, a 1.09 OPS, which is outstanding.
Great. The one time he's been healthy in his career.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, and he's not an older player. So I can understand if he was an older player with injury issues. He is 27 years old, so he is a younger guy. He's younger than Duran. In his last 14 days, 345, a 441 on base, a 586 slug, a 1.027 OPS. In the last 28 days, he has 3 home runs of his 10 on the season. And in his last 7 days, if you want to just go this past week, he's hit 500 with a 615 on-base percentage. So, point being, there are signs that he has possibly started to come around a little bit. Now, that being said, the season he is having, if I just said, look at his season, he's hitting 201, not good. 289 on base, brutal.
Listen, I get it. He's had a good last 45 days, but it doesn't change the fact that this guy has been injured almost every year of his career. He had one All-Star season.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the time, he has come up with all, and they're usually soft tissue injuries. You know how that goes, Mike.
Well, those are the 4 names that have been thrown out there. Lewis Robert Jr. Now, the question would be, are any of those 4 an upgrade over what you have?
I think Cedric Mullins and Duran are.
Mullins, I have very little interest in. I think he's a nothing burger.
Does Duran intrigue you?
He intrigues me. Mullins does nothing for me. Mullins, to me, had a hot start to the season. He hasn't done anything since the beginning of the year. I have zero interest in giving up anything of value for him.
More than fair.
Duran, I do have interest in. I'd have to really – I'd have to figure out what I think they would do with him. Is he an everyday player? Is he just a platoon player? Because if he's just a platoon player, I have to change my what I'm giving you in return. If I'm just bringing in a guy to hit against right-handed pitching – I don't know if I'm certainly not giving you Painter. That's 100% out the window.
Can I just say, I don't think Painter's getting traded at all.
Neither do I.
There's multiple reports out there saying that he is – the teams have called the Phillies. The Phillies told them no and hung up on them, basically.
Yeah. I don't see them trading Painter either. I'm just saying, if the Red Sox say, Duran, we want Painter, I think the Phillies say no, and then it goes to Abel, then I have to decide. Am I willing up to give Mick Abel for a platoon player? Now, Jarren Duran has been an all-star player. That is something that you might say, okay, is he a guy that is an everyday player here, or am I getting a platoon player? That I don't know. I don't know how the Phillies would view him. His splits this year would say he's a platoon player.
And to which I would say how much of that is he needs to change the scenery and how much of that is he is regressing to the mean. I don't know.
He's a tough one because, again, he kind of came in with a bang, and he was like, by the way, for his career in Boston, versus left-handed pitching, 235, a 283 on base. His numbers are not good against lefties, even when he's been an all-star level player. He has just not been a very good hitter against left-handed pitching.
And by the way,
I think now the sample size is starting to get big enough that you're thinking maybe he's just a platoon player. But he'd be intriguing. I think Lewis Robert, I would rank them Duran, Robert, Garcia, Mullins. Mullins I have zero. Garcia I have no interest in either.
The fact you're putting Robert that high, I think you're buying too much into the last 45 days.
I only have 4 options, and none of them are very good. I mean, Duran is the best of the 4. You're giving me 4 mediocre options. Right. 3 mediocre options. Duran has the ability. I mean, listen, Robert could say, I finally got it. It's finally clicking for me. I've had 2 years of where I'm the best player in the worst lineup in the history of baseball, and now I'm starting to figure it out.
Right.
So I'm not against taking a flyer on Robert. I'm not giving up anything of value.
Right.
Now, by the way, Lewis Robert, who is 27 years old, he also plays center field. That's another, thing that you got to keep in mind here. He would be the center fielder. Marsh would move over to left. All of this up. The question would be then, what happens with Crawford? I think Crawford possibly then could be used in another deal.
Right. Maybe
unless you look at Crawford down the line and use him as your left fielder, because then you would have Robert playing center for the next couple of years because you have controllable years on him.
Correct.
And now Crawford becomes your guy. But I will say, one thing with Lewis Robert Jr., hitting about 300 against lefties this year. Even though his batting average overall is near 200, his on-base percentage against lefties this year is .427. So those numbers have to open your eyes. Now, the question would be, would he be a platoon player? Hey, he's just going to play against lefties. And Marsh would be the guy against righties. A lot to discuss. We'll do it coming up on the other side with Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. What do you guys say? Text board is open for business. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. So as we mentioned, Jarren Duran, he's getting on the back end. He's going to get near 30 here soon. Lewis Robert, the youngest of this group. Then you got Garcia, who's 32. And you got Mullins, who I don't have not a lot of interest in Mullins. So Jarren Duran, Lewis Robert, any of those, plus David Robertson is added to the Philadelphia Phillies pen. How does that change the complexion of this deadline? And something John Middleton said this weekend about the Phillies pen, I think, was the most interesting thing of the weekend. More Sports Bash live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. 2:32 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. When the Phil's lineup is out, we'll have it to you here live on the Sports Bash. We got you till 6 tonight. Busy show. Jeff Kerr is going to join us at 3. We got Phil's and Eagles camp opens tomorrow. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, is in the house right now as the Phillies wrap up a series against the Angels. Disappointing. They lose 2 out of 3. What were some of the highlights and takeaways, Mike, from the series there? We've been talking about a lot of things all season long, but did anything really get exposed or exploited this weekend over the next 10 days that the Phillies have to act on?
Well, I think the concern coming out of the series with the Angels, to me, is just Ranger Suarez. It was about, yesterday did not pitch well. I think the Angels swung at 45 pitches. They only whiffed on 4 of them. And considering what happened to Ranger the second half of last season, you kind of have to worry, are we starting this, was yesterday or Sunday the start of a Ranger Suarez second half swoon again? So I think that would be my main concern coming out of the series with the Angels.
All right, the Ranger thing is interesting because, yes, first half of the season last year, Cy Young-esque numbers. Second half, he kind of slowed down and obviously was a non-factor in the second half. John Middleton over the weekend, he made a comment saying, look, a regular season bullpen is a way different animal than a postseason bullpen. He talked about Wainwright going to the bullpen for the Cardinals as an example. He even cited Mick Abel and Andrew Painter as possibilities to go to the bullpen. They signed David Robertson yesterday. I'll get your thoughts on that in a moment. But hearing that, is it apparent that the Phillies think they do have in-house options to fix this bullpen?
Yeah, I think they do. I think they view in-house options as part of a solution. I don't think they view it as the solution. I think the minor leaguers that he mentioned, Abel and Painter, they are certainly candidates, although I think if you talk to the baseball people, they would not be all that enthusiastic about Painter working out of the bullpen. I think they're concerned about giving him the proper amount of time to warm up and prepare to throw. So I don't know about that, but certainly Mick Abel would be a candidate, if he's still here after the trade deadline. So I think, and obviously, you only need 3 starters for the first half of the playoffs. A 4th starter could be shifted to the bullpen. So again, they know they have a bullpen problem. I think they have in-house solutions that can be part of the overall solutions, but they do not have the solution in-house.
Robertson's here. They sign him, and it's an interesting deal because they're making they're going to go over the luxury tax threshold, which means they're paying him about $12 million to pitch for half a season, $6 million in salary, then dollar for dollar because of the luxury tax situation. Where does Robertson fit in, and what does he do for this bullpen?
Well, I think he gives them some sort of experience, right? And this is based off the David Robertson that had a very good season for the Texas Rangers last year. He's a big-time reliever. He's been around 15, 16, 17 years. He's pitched in plenty of big spots for the New York Yankees, for the Philadelphia Phillies in 2022. So gives you an experienced arm back there that can kind of solidify the back half. Do I see him as being, the closer going forward? I don't. But do I see him as being a guy who could come in and be trusted in the 7th and 8th innings? If he pitches like he pitched for Texas last year, he can obviously be that guy. And it's a good move because you don't have to give up any prospects to get him, right? You had to pay money. You have to pay him, I guess his salary is prorated, so you've got to pay him between $5 and $6 million, and then you've got to pay 110% tax on that because the Phillies' payroll is so high. But the Phillies have a lot of money. So, if you can solve a problem with the money and keep the prospects that you have, and maybe now marshal some of those prospects together to get a big-end closer to sort of finish out games, I think it's a win-win. Is Robertson, a sure thing? His age tells me no. But, he is an improvement over what they have back there now. And I think his experience and his ability to pitch, will be a boost to this team and is maybe the first step towards solving that bullpen problem.
All right. Obviously, you watch the offense this weekend. No Alec Bohm for the next week or two, and you got Otto Kemp playing third base now. But even Bohm, who is not a prototypical middle-of-the-order hitter, you take that bat out of the lineup, and now you're really – does that make them have to think about another bat between now and the deadline, or you just, hey, hopefully Bohm is back in the 10 days. He goes back to where he is. Maybe they get a bat to hit somewhere behind him and everything's okay? Or do you think with Bohm out now, they might have to turn up the heat a little bit on getting a bat?
I think you got to turn up the heat, Mike. It enhances one of their problems, or whatever the word is, that makes a problem worse or a weakness worse. We have said since opening day that this team needs a right-handed bat. Well, now maybe your best right-handed hitter, or one of your best right-handed hitters, probably Trey Turner might be your best right-handed hitter, but one of your best right-handed hitters is now out. And how long is he out for with a fractured rib? Is it 4 weeks? Is it 6 weeks? I mean, baseball players and their sides, I mean, when a baseball player injures his side, I mean, he doesn't come back in a week or two. It takes somewhat longer. So it definitely weakens the lineup. It accentuates a weakness they have, which was quality at bats from the right side of the plate. And I think it puts a little pressure on them to go out there and continue to look for a right-handed bat. I just don't know who is out there. Do you go get the Arizona third baseman and bring him in here? What do you give up for him? Maybe that's an option. But, yeah, you had a problem from the right side of the plate before Bohm got hurt. Now one of your best right-handed hitters goes down. Who knows when he's going to go back? Yeah, it accentuates the problem and makes that an even greater need in my mind.
There have been a couple of names. Jim Bowden today put out a story over at The Athletic. He mentioned Jarren Duran, Lewis Robert Jr., Cedric Mullins, Adolis Garcia. Now, I don't know that any of those guys are like, that's the one. But do those guys, I would think every one of them at least improved the team at some level. I guess each one, it's like, okay, well, what am I giving up? But do any of those names say, you've got to make a deal if those four guys are available?
Those names, don't really excite me. I don't know if you mentioned the Arizona third baseman in there, but if that's a guy, I know he's a free agent at the end of the season. That's a guy that maybe, hey, if you want to go all in and push your chips to the middle of the table, I mean, I'm calling up Arizona to ask about that guy. And he comes here and plays third base, and then when Bohm comes back, maybe you figure things out from there. Who knows? But that's a guy, he's probably the best bat out there from the right-handed side. So I think that's the guy, shoot for the top. I don't think the other guys mentioned, they might move the needle a little bit, but, hey, you've got a chance to win the World Series here. Let's look around baseball. It's almost like, right now the Cubs and the Brewers are playing great, but is that going to last? The Dodgers have lost, 10 of their last 12 games and just got swept by the Brewers. There's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 teams that can win the World Series, in my view. The Phillies are one of those teams. The Phillies have won 2 World Series in their 120-year history. This feels like an all-in year for me. I mean, if I was running the Phillies, I'd push my chips to the middle of the table and go get guys who can help you win right now.
Yeah, Eugenio Suarez, by the way, is the third baseman from the Arizona Diamondbacks. He has just, he has played so well that he has carried Arizona back into the wild card race here. 35 homers, 85 RBI. I mean, he would be a monster bat in the middle of your lineup. He is a free agent at the end of the year, so then you go to, well, what level of player would they give up? I mean, we all think that Painter is pretty much as untouchable, even though, his numbers are not great, Mike. I'm assuming they're saying, look, he's coming back from Tommy John surgery. His command just isn't there, but his stuff is still top of the line. I wouldn't imagine that they change their thoughts on Painter at all, even if they would like to see better numbers.
Yeah, not for a rental, which is what the Suarez would be, basically a 2-month rental. So you're not going to do Painter, but would you do an Aiden Miller maybe, or Aiden Miller and Nick Abel for him? I would think about it. I'd think about a high-level prospect or two to get that guy in here because, one swing of the bat, the competition is so even this year, Mike. One swing of the bat can make a difference in October. And right now, the other problem with the Phillies is they don't have many guys on this roster outside of Schwarber and Harper that can change the game with one swing of the bat.
No, they do not, and we see that all weekend long. I mean, you did get the grand slam from Schwarber, you got the home run from Harper, and that was really your night on Saturday. What are your thoughts? The Schwarber thing, obviously, he's the MVP of the All-Star game. That has added. He gets the grand slam. That has added. Middleton, Harper. Where is this Schwarber thing heading? Because, he is, a lot of these guys, they don't want to talk about contracts in the middle of the year, and that's understandable, but it seems that this thing is at a boiling point where, like, the fever to get him back here, it just keeps getting, with every home run he hits. How do you feel this is going to go down?
Yeah, I mean, Mike, it'll be fascinating to watch it unfold. I don't think they're going to sign him before the season ends. Though if I was them, I would think about it. I think there's going to be a lot of suitors out there for him. His bat speed is going nowhere. I realize he's 32, 33, but, he keeps himself in great shape. He might be in the best shape of his career right now. He's getting better. He's hitting better against lefties this year than he has at any point in his career. And again, you measure his bat speed, and his bat speed is, not fading away at all, not going anywhere. So, and I think there's going to be a lot of teams that have a lot of interest in him. The Cincinnati Reds, are a young team. What would you, and he's from that area, you bring him in there and say, hey, teach us how to win. I think the Yankees are another team that can look at him. I think the Mets are another team that can look at him. My concern is if he gets to free agency, that somebody comes in with an offer, kind of does what the Washington Nationals did with Jason Wirtz back in 2010, just makes an offer that's so crazy and outlandish that the Phillies can't keep the player. So that's my concern right now with Kyle Schwarber. I do think it would be a huge loss. I mean, I think he means so much to this team, not only on the field, but in the clubhouse.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Red Sox, interesting, because the Sox were out of this. They were like a disaster. Now they're back in it. The vibes around them have changed completely. We're going to see Jarren Duran this weekend. Duran has a big weekend. Now, he has struggled against lefties this year. He has essentially changed his role. I mean, they're DHing him. He's went from the leadoff hitter. He's starting to slide down the lineup a little bit. But Dave Dombrowski talked to his old friends at the Red Sox and say, can I get that deal done? Is that the guy that makes this team better, Jarren Duran?
Well, Mike, I don't think the Red Sox are going to sell right now. I think they're in a situation where they're contending for a spot, and I think there's good vibes around this team right now, and I don't think they're in a position where they would sell. Maybe they're going to try to pull off what the Detroit Tigers did last year, which is sell and make the playoffs also at the same time. But not only Durant, but Chapman's a guy we talked about maybe being good in this bullpen, be a nice addition to this bullpen. However, I don't think the Red Sox are going to be sellers right now. I think they find themselves, in the mix. And that's the problem here with the new playoff format. There aren't a lot of teams that are out of it, and the teams that are out of it because they don't have good players. So that's the situation that you're kind of, bumping up your head against, basically.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. Should be a fun 10 days here. Phillies get David Roberts into the bullpen. They also are starting to, be in the mix for some names that are starting to hit the market as these teams now materialize. We got 10 days into the deadline. Who's going to be in the race? Who's going to be out of the race? Jim Bowden wrote an article over at The Athletic about possibly moving the deadline back to about August 15th to give teams a little bit more time to figure out whether they're in this or out of this. But that's not going to be now. They have to decide within the next 10 days. Citizens Bank Park is the place tonight. Phillies and Sox will have more here on the Sports Bash. All right, Mike, thanks, buddy.
All right, Mike, we'll see you down the road. Thank you.
All right, there you go. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe, like, be a part of the show. We've got you till 6 o'clock tonight. You can text in all throughout the show, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. There was a meeting, I guess, before a game on maybe Saturday with John Middleton, who really added some interesting layers to this whole Phillies bullpen situation and who could help them out in the bullpen. Plus the poll question, we'll get that up to you on the next segment. I saw this article over at foxsports.com. kind of intriguing, actually. We'll get you the poll question. We'll update it. Coming up next, right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 252, poll question at 973 ESPN. Fox Sports put out a possible trade scenario. You ready for this one, Josh?
Yes, I am always open for trade possibilities that may or may not happen.
This is a basketball one involving the Sixers.
Okay.
Sixers get LeBron James. The Lakers get Paul George and a future unprotected first-round pick in 2030. Yes, I do that deal. No, I'll pass.
Yes, I'll do that deal. How soon can I get it done?
75% right now say yes, I'll do the deal. 24% say no, I'll pass. I don't know how anybody passes.
How does anyone pass on that?
Even if you hate LeBron James, it would be for 1 year. He would be here for a year, and then he'd be gone. And now you got the money off the books. I mean,
LeBron is healthier than anybody else on the roster.
He did have an MCL injury during the playoffs last year, but he should be back. And listen, even if LeBron never plays one game for the 76ers, his contract of $50 million, whatever it is, $56 million, it would be off the books, and then you would be out of the Paul George and the LeBron contract. Now, if LeBron plays and gives you a season that he gave the Lakers last year, you're getting a guy that could score 25 points a game and do all the things that LeBron does, not at the same level that he once did.
But the best part about LeBron is he can run the offense, and now there's less pressure on Maxey, less pressure on the guards on this team.
So the question would be, why would the Lakers make that deal? I think it's more just to get out of the LeBron business.
Get out of the LeBron business, and also just give Luka a fresh start, without the LeBron cloud hanging over his head.
Right. I mean, that's the thing is, get out of the LeBron business. Just LeBron's out. This is Luka's team now.
Right.
You'd bring in a guy like George. I mean, realistically, the deal that they made, they said the Lakers get immediate replacement for James and George and future draft capital for their troubles. So they're basically saying George replaces James, but it's Luka's team.
Right.
George is the other guy, and we get a first-round pick for getting James off of our books. I think it's a win-win for everybody. Can we make this thing happen? Who's driving who to the airport? More Sports Batch coming up on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Jeff Kerr joins us next. All right, 3 o'clock hour, Sports Bash, live, 97.3 ESPN, brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, installation for generations. Call 609-390-3907. Online at broadlees.net. Phil's coming off a series loss to the to the Angels. They'll play the Red Sox tonight at Citizens Bank Park. Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, covers the Phillies for CBS 3 Philadelphia. And he's set to talk some Phils with us on the eve of Eagles camp. We'll get a couple of Eagles thoughts from Jeff as well. Of course, he covers the NFL for CBSSports.com, but he is knee-deep in covering the Phillies this season for CBS 3. Phils lose 2 of 3 to the Angels this weekend, Jeff. Biggest takeaway from the first series out of the All-Star break. Doesn't see that much change from the first half of the season to the start of the second half of the season.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mike, I was kind of surprised of how poor the starting pitching was in this series, right? Friday's game.
The one game you won, you got Taijuan Walker.
Yeah, exactly. Friday's game was great at the start. You get a Bryce Harper 3-run home run. It's 4-1. You're thinking to yourself, all right, it doesn't really matter who's pitching in this game. Like, this team's going to get the job done. And it just didn't happen on Friday night. And, they scored 5 runs. They couldn't get a clutch hit with runners in scoring position. That's a common theme. But Saturday, without the Kyle Schwarber Grand Slam, you're probably getting swept in this year. Sunday's game, I just kind of threw away. And, I was upset Sunday for multiple reasons, just on how that game went, how Ranger Suarez was. And I don't know, Mike, I'm sure you talked about it already, but I can't believe people were upset over Ranger Suarez not getting pulled in the second inning. Like, don't you realize they used their bullpen up Friday and Saturday?
Well, listen, Ranger, you're right about that. The fact that they just didn't have a lot of bullets in the bullpen. The bullpen's been a complete mess all season long. Let's get your thoughts on this bullpen. They made a move, David Robertson. I would imagine that's not enough, though.
Oh, it clearly isn't. But, look, do you think it's a bad move when you're paying the guy and you don't have to give up a prospect that actually can pitch and is going to help the back end of this bullpen and provide some depth? I think it's a necessary move. I hate how they had to spend this much money prorated. It's going to be like $16 million, and they're over the 4th luxury tax bracket, so there's a big penalty there. But you kind of had to do this. And if the prices for an Emmanuel Clase or a Griffin Jax are this high, then I think it makes sense to make a move like this.
Hey, listen, I don't mind the Robertson deal. It is a little rich for my blood, but you needed something. The question I would have is, when you got him in 2022, I know he got hurt, he missed a series. He did save Game 1 of the World Series in 2022. But even in 2022, on that team that had bullpen issues, he was not a big high-leverage guy. He was kind of more of the lower high leverage, like a 7th inning guy. And this team needs that right now. So I'm not anti bringing him in, but he did get paid a pretty good amount of money for half the season here. So he's going to have to be a big part of this bullpen. The question would be now, do they need 1 more arm or 2 more arms? Do they view him as a key guy? Now, I asked that I don't know if you were at the ballpark Saturday, but John Middleton he said about how the bullpen in the regular season, a much different animal than the postseason, and he named names. He said Mick Abel and Andrew Painter. We could put them into the bullpen. I think that is a big revelation.
Yeah, it was funny, Mike. So I was the one who asked him the question about Andrew Painter and Mick Abel, and he just kind of spilled it out, right? So I'm like, okay, sometimes I think John Middleton talks a little too much, but I love it. I love the honesty out of him. But you're right. Like, you can add a Jesus Cesaro, a Mick Abel, and Andrew Painter. Abel and Painter were the 2 he definitely mentioned. It's you got to look at your starting rotation come October, right? Everybody wants to talk October all of a sudden. They wanted to talk October since May. So let's talk October. You got Zach Wheeler, who's going to be in the rotation. Christopher Sanchez is your number 2. So your number 3 is who? Aaron Nola? That'd be my guess. I still wouldn't take Ranger Suarez out of the rotation yet. I know it's 1 start, but that's a possibility. Jesus Cesaro is going to be on this playoff roster. He'll probably move in. Mick Abel will be back up at some point. I have no doubt about that. Same with Andrew Painter. I think he'll be up at some point. And I agree with Milton. I think you're going to see these guys in the bullpen. And look, this bullpen looks weak right now, but come October, it could be a major strength for this team.
I'll tell you what, you tweeted out all the names in the bullpen, and I was talking the other day. Right now, you've got Strom and Kerkering are the two guys, maybe Tanner Banks as the third guy. You could make a strong argument, now Robertson being the fourth guy, but you could talk about come October that Romano, Johnson, Lazar, Robert, and Ross, those five guys are all gone, and Painter, Abel, Luzardo, maybe Nola, and another guy are in the bullpen.
Exactly, right. And, I talked to a lot of guys in the Phillies bullpen already, Mike. And look, I can tell you right now, they're not being overworked, but it's one of those things where you kind of have to monitor these guys, right? Because you need your Matt Stroms, your Orion Kerkerings, your Tanner Bankses. You need that for October. So that's where Daniel Robert and Max Lazar provide value. Now, by the way, I still think Max Lazar is pitching his way into potentially being on this postseason roster in October. He's done a great job for them.
Well, we'll see. I mean, and then what happens with Nola moving forward here, I think that's the next storyline as well. You got him now pitching the other day. He's on the path to returning. I would imagine he takes Walker's spot in the rotation, but then come playoff time, you say to Aaron Nola, hey, man, thanks for your service. You're going to the bullpen. That's going to be an interesting one.
I agree, yeah. And look, it's not like Ranger hasn't done it before, right? So I think that's the strength here. But I'm curious about Aaron Nola, like when he comes back, if he's going to be the old Aaron Nola, the Nola we've seen from 2015 to 2024, or we're going to get this Aaron Nola we see in 2025. I mean, I still don't know when he's coming back, Mike. I assume it's going to be mid-August. I mean, he threw a bullpen. It looks like he's going to throw another bullpen on Tuesday. Then I guess he goes to a rehab start. But, yeah, it's going to be interesting how this thing looks when Aaron Nola comes back. I still think that's why Mick Abel's in the minor leagues right now.
It's interesting because John Clark just posted about 2 minutes ago. He says, I asked Dave Dombrowski about the possibility of Andrew Painter or Mick Abel going to the bullpen. Dombrowski says they have not discussed Andrew going to the bullpen, but he is open-minded about Mick and other possibilities to the bullpen. Dave says they will be aggressive at the deadline. So Middleton suggests Painter, but Dombrowski's saying we haven't talked about that one yet.
Yeah, I don't think Dave's going to play all his cards there, right? And look, I wouldn't be surprised if they put Mick Abel in the bullpen, honestly. I don't know what their thoughts are on Mick Abel's innings. I'm assuming they're monitored too, and he's pitched a lot of innings this year for Mick, but Mick's also built up now. He's 24 years old. Andrew Painter, they have 120 to 140 inning limit. So, I mean, common sense would say he's going to the bullpen at some point, right?
What are you hearing about Mick Abel? I mean, Andrew Painter, because obviously the numbers, if I just said, look at his numbers, I would say this guy hasn't pitched very well. How much stock do you put into his numbers as opposed to just his stuff and everything else? If the Phillies change their opinion on him based on his numbers.
I've had multiple people tell me this. The fastball is there, and I've seen it for myself. The fastball is there. The stuff is there. It's the command and learning how to pitch in AAA is what he's learning right now. And I think this 11-day break Andrew Painter is going to be going on, he goes back in the rotation on Thursday, is going to be massive for him. It's kind of a reset button. He kind of can get to study and learn what he needs to learn. And look, it's more of, again, it's just the command of it. The changeup is working. Look, he's facing – a lot of these AAA hitters are – borderline major leaguers if they're not major leaguers already. Like Francisco Alvarez, who the Mets just called back up, he was one of the top prospects in baseball at one point. I mean, he hit a bullet off Andrew Painter against Syracuse the other week. And like, well, this guy's a major league player. I think this is what they need to see out of Andrew Painter. I don't think it's anything bad that Andrew Painter is going through this right now.
No, and the question would be, earlier they said July he would be up here. Then they kind of changed and tweaked that. Now we're wondering if he even helps out this team at all this year. What does the rest of this year, in your mind, look like for Painter?
I think he'll be up. I don't think July-ish is going to be a thing anymore. And look, I was the first one to bring up the whole July thing. I remember Dave Dombrowski's season-ending press conference. They gave me the mic, and I asked about Andrew Painter. Dave Dombrowski had July as the target date. I think they all thought in that organization July was going to be when Andrew Painter was going to come up. Probably around this time after the All-Star break, he'd be the fifth spot in the rotation or whatever. But, plans change, right? I don't think the Phillies thought Mick Abel was going to be as good as he was. Taijuan Walker, he's not pitched wonderful, but he's pitched well enough to be the fifth starter right now. And kind of hold his own there. And look, this is what I don't like about Taiwan being the 5th starter right now. I think you need that long reliever in the bullpen. I know Max Lazar can provide that, but Taiwan Walker looked good to piggyback off somebody right now.
By the way, Phillies lineup is out. It is brought to you by Instant Services, the Tri-State area's premier HVAC, plumbing, and electrical service provider. Go to instantservices.com to see how you can win 4 Phillies Hall of Fame Club tickets. Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Castellanos, Real Muto, Marsh, Kemp, Kepler, Stott. So I want to get into the Kepler-Stott stuff here. Where are you on Kepler? It seems like the sand is going through the hourglass. We saw a moment the other night in the 6th inning with the bases loaded. The Angels bring a right-handed pitcher into the game for Johan Rojas. Generally, Kepler would hit in that spot. Someone would hit for Rojas. They elected to stay with Rojas, and he did produce. He got a sac fly RBI, which gave the Phillies the lead. But is the writing on the wall for Max Kepler?
Yeah, I think so. I wrote about that for CBS Philly yesterday. Like, it just seems like the clock is ticking, right? That the Cinderella saying the clock's about to strike midnight. Look, and I know a lot of people thought like, oh, they'll come. I'm like, no, I don't think they're going to come tomorrow, like today per se, but it's definitely coming, right? I just don't think he's going to be on this team past July 31st, and he's kind of on borrowed time right now. I think the Phillies are just giving him one last chance to prove he can hit, and it's just not working.
It's not working. It seems that the Phillies are basically now. He is in the lineup again tonight. They are, but are the Phillies looking to just replace Kepler in the platoon?
That could be a possibility, right? And look, I think Otto Kemp's at third, right?
Kemp is at third tonight. You got him, and they have said that he's going to play at third. Primarily why Bohm is out, and Weston Wilson will go back to the platoon in the outfield.
Yeah, that's what I was actually led to believe by more than people in the Phillies organization. Like, I talked to Otto Kemp yesterday, and it seemed like that was the plan. And look, third base is his natural position, but I think he's done a pretty solid job in left field. It's weird, right? Because I think Weston Wilson's a natural infielder and can play outfield, but I'd rather see Kemp in the outfield platooning right now with Kepler, at least for the time being. But I get it. You want to put Otto at a position he's more comfortable in, fine. By the way, I agree with the commenter. Like, it's going to happen. Kepler's going to go, but it's just frustrating. You got to hear about Max Kepler every day because he is a really good guy. He is. He's just right now he's just not hitting, and
he's not hitting.
Yeah,
he's not hitting, and then it's compounded by the fact that Stott is also not hitting. And Jeff, Saturday, this is what I wonder. The questions are now starting to come about Stott. Do you have to think about setting him down? Should Sosa get more playing time? And when that starts to happen, usually you're like, okay, now it's starting to spread a little bit here. What can they do with Stott? Do they just keep going with this platoon? Or does Sosa start to see a little bit more time against righties? And Sosa has not performed very well against right-handed pitching.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mike. So, look, I said before the season there was basically a clock ticking on Bryson Stott and Brandon Marsh, and people were upset with that. But I said, look, I know people think 2023 was an outlier, and that was before the season. Like, that was the outlier, not 24. 23 was the outlier. The year he was good. So this was a prove-it year for Bryson Stott, and he just hasn't done it. And his swing is really loopy. He just seems to. It's a self-confidence thing right now, and I don't know what you can do because his glove is really good. He's a major league player, but I don't think he's a major league starter right now, and that's part of the problem. And they need a bat, and this organization relied on Bryson Stott, Alec Bohm, and Brandon Marsh to kind of help out this core of Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber, JT Realmuto, Nick Castellanos, all these guys, and they're not doing it. Like, Brandon Marsh he's hitting better, but his power numbers aren't where they want him to be. Same with Alec Bohm, and now Alec Bohm is hurt. And Max Kepler didn't fill the job that they required him to do. That's why this offense needs a shakeup. They need a shakeup, Mike. That's the bottom line. But
all right, well, let's talk about some shakeups. Over at The Athletic today, Jim Bowden put 4 names out there. 1, Jarren Duran, Lewis Robert Jr., Cedric Mullins, Adolis Garcia. Those were the 4 outfielding names that he proposed as the Phillies being interested in or could have some interest in, as all teams are looking for help. Any of those guys seem like the home run move?
I think if you give Adolis Garcia a change of scenery, he helps this team. I think he's the right-handed bat that can play left field every day. That will really help this team. And you can survive with Otto Kemp at third base if you need to do that until Alec Boehm comes back. I think he helps the outfield. I don't know what you have to give up for him, and I keep trying to tell people this. I always look at things from an organizational standpoint. I don't think you have to give up every single prospect to get these players, and I'll stand by that.
Right. Well, and listen, each guy has a little story. Let's break them down a little bit. Jarren Duran, All-Star Game MVP in 2024. Guy bursts onto the scene. He's a great story. Really struggling against lefties this year. Almost a platoon situation. The question would be, do the Phillies say, hey, we'll bring him in here to be the replacement for Kepler, and how much are you willing to give up for that? Because Duran is considered an everyday player, but the Red Sox are starting to say, not so much anymore. He has really struggled against left-handed pitching.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? You know how you beat the Philadelphia Phillies? You throw a left-hander on the mound. The Angels did it on Friday.
So you would you trade Mick Abel to get Duran?
I would trade Mick Abel for an outfield bat. So,
okay.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the move, then I'm not against
So
it.
you would trade Mick Abel. Now, so if you got Duran back, we're talking with Jeff Kerr, by the way, CBS 3 covers the Phillies, CBS Sports. If you got Duran back in return, do you view him as a platoon player or an everyday player?
I think you would have to make him an everyday player, but you're right. He really struggles against lefties, Mike, and they need more help. That's why I think the right-handed bat is more important than anything else. That's why Adolis Garcia or a player like that would really help this team.
Yeah, how about Lewis Roberts, another interesting one. Okay, Young guy, numbers are awful, but the last month, his numbers have been really good, and his splits against left-handed pitching have been very good. As a right-handed batter against left-handed pitching, he has had a good year in that realm. Is that the guy you take the shot on?
Remember last year they were kind of interested in him, and I'm like, I really hope they don't give up top players for him because I'm just not sold on this guy. But if you can buy low on him, I'm sold on him. Then I would be willing to give him a chance. It's just, I don't know. Like when I think of most overrated players in baseball, I think he's one of them. If I'm being quite honest, but if you don't have to give up much for this guy, sure, bring him in.
Well, that's what I said. Listen, if the White Sox are at the point where they just want to say, you know what, we're ready to move on from him. It's time to get a fresh start for us. Let's get some prospects in here for him. Fine, but I'm not giving up anything of like high value. I mean, what's the level of prospect that you go to get a player like him where you say, you know what, I'm willing to give you this guy? Do you go to your lower level, higher prospects like you that next level Escobar, Taiit, or not even that level?
You know what? That's the thing. I like Arun Escobar and Taiit more than I like having Luis Robert. But if you're trying to win now, I guess that's what it would cost. I don't know. I think I'd only give up one of them for Luis Robert. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I know. And Robert plays center field. Very good outfielder, Gold Glove level center fielder. So he plays center. Moves Marsh maybe over to left, and that would probably be the end of Kepler. Here's the next one. They don't get an outfielder, Jeff Kerr. What do you hear about Justin Crawford as potentially coming up to help this team this year?
I think if they don't make a move, which I do think they're going to make some sort of move for that outfield, but I think Justin Crawford's probably going to be up on this team by August. And look, I was hearing he was going to be up on this team a couple of weeks ago, and obviously you got to hear from more than one person on this, right? Because there's always like a week or two process they get to get these guys ready to play in the major leagues, and I'm pretty sure they're getting Justin Crawford ready for that at some point.
My take has been this, see if you agree. If the right trade for Crawford exists, they'll move him. And if not, he will be the center fielder on August 1st, and Kepler will be gone.
I think that's a good take. And people are like, why isn't Crawford up now? I'm like, you were not trying to hurt this guy's trade value. People don't understand how the business works sometimes. You don't hurt a guy's trade value.
Yeah.
If it's easier to sell. He's a 335 hitter in AAA.
Especially Jeff, where the team is not hurting in the standings. There are where they are in the standings without him. They look at him as a trade deadline acquisition that can now try to get them over the top. I agree with what you said, and a lot of people we've talked to on the show as well have said, listen, you don't want to expose Crawford in the event that he does struggle. Those offers for him go down. You want the best possible offers that you can try to sort out and see if any of them make sense for you.
Yeah, and look, I've had enough people in this organization tell me, look, Justin Crawford is ready. He is ready. He's done everything he's needed to do. So when I fire back with, well, then why is he not here? I think we all know why he's not here.
Yeah, you know that, and a lot of people know that, but there are a lot of the fans saying this guy, he can't do any more at AAA, and the Phillies are saying, yeah, but if he goes up to the majors and hits 222, we don't get the same offers we're getting from him. I'm interested to see what kind of offers they're getting for him and what kind of offers they're getting for Mick Abel. Miller and Painter, I think they're less inclined to move.
Yeah, I agree. They really like Aiden Miller. Andrew Painter,
have you seen Aiden Miller? You've seen him in person, correct?
Oh, I've seen Aiden Miller a ton of times this year. I live 10 minutes from Reading.
Right, so a lot of people are wondering, why is he struggling? The batting average is what it is. It's not great. The numbers, the power numbers, not there. So
the only base percentage, though, and the stolen bases are there.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. You've seen him play. Are you watching this guy and saying, I see what the Phillies are seeing?
Yeah, I do. When he's on the base pass, this guy is probably as deadly as they come. I think he's very underrated as a fielder. And, look, I think he's one of the younger players in the Eastern League. So he probably needs this whole year and probably the beginning of next year, but you never know. They could accelerate him. I thought Justin Crawford was going to start the year in Double-A. That was always my belief. And then all of a sudden, like, the Phillies pivoted and say, you know what, this guy's ready for Triple-A. And they turned out to be right about that. I think Aiden Miller is one of those guys. He's not at the Justin Crawford and Andrew Painter yet where he can help this team, but he could help this team toward the end of 2026 and in 2027. I think he's a future star on this team for a long time.
Well, I'll tell you, the one thing I like about what you just said that kind of perked my interest is the game is kind of changing a little bit more to small ball speed. You see a lot more, less of the home run, less of the launch angle, less of all that stuff. The league is kind of making a little bit of a pivot here. Justin Crawford, Aiden Miller, speed guys at the top of your lineup. That could be your next generation of as the game is changing right before our very eyes here.
Yeah, and look, that's where I think Justin Crawford's going to help this team, right? They need help at the bottom of the order, and if Justin Crawford can just get on base for the big bats, that's the whole pass the baton this offense keeps telling us about. If he can get on for a Trey Turner, for a Kyle Schwarber, for a Bryce Harper, that's really going to help this team. That's why I'm so reluctant for them to trade Painter or Crawford. If they trade Crawford, I'm not going to mind it because he is Major League ready, and they probably got a good player in return for him, but it's really tough when you're investing all these years in these guys. It's all I've heard for these years. Andrew Painter, Justin Crawford, Aiden Miller.
I'm telling you.
2 of the 3 are here now. It's
this
fine.
sounds a lot like 06, 7, 8, 9, when all I heard was Jason Donald, Lou Marson, Carlos Carrasco.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
And none of those guys amounted to anything.
Of course, Carrasco ended up being pretty solid.
He was a middle of the rotation guy, but Marson did nothing. Donald did nothing. I feel like there's somebody I'm shortchanging that was in that group of like Draybeck.
Jason Knapp was the 18-year-old in that deal.
Jason Knapp, he was the other guy. Yes, Draybeck. Travis Darno, he was another guy. And Darno's had a decent career, but none of these guys would you have not moved. JP Crawford.
You got to remember what they traded for. I think when you get Cliff Lee and Roy Halladay for those guys, I think that counterpoints it.
I agree with that. I'm just saying.
What Hall of Famers are we trading these guys for?
Right, exactly. Like Dominic Brown and J.P. Crawford were both the number 1 prospect in all of baseball, not just the Phillies organization. They were the number 1 prospects in all of baseball. Crawford's had a decent career, not great, and Brown was a complete fizzle out. Had that one All-Star season and then just kind of fizzled away.
That's where I do agree with a lot of the fans. Like, you really don't know what you have in prospects. But at the same time, you can't complain when you're not going to the stadium in 2028. Oh, I wish we had Aiden Miller. He's a stud. I wish we had Justin Crawford. He's a stud. Well,
I will say I feel like younger prospects today are making more of an impact than they, like back then you would hear. Because the Phillies prospects, I think a lot of it is, too, like you're boosting your own prospects to try to get more name value and offers for them.
But we have to remember, too, like even when in the years when they were close, like when in the Bobby Abreu, Jim Thome era. Like, remember they were thinking of trading Ryan Howard? I'm like, I really hope they don't trade this guy. I know.
Well, and it's funny because Ed Wade used to get hammered for not trading those guys until they were part of it. And then many people said, Wade deserves a lot of credit for this World Series because he didn't trade Hamels and Utley and Howard. So we'll see. 10 days left to go. Jeff Kerr, will you be reporting with the Eagles on Wednesday?
I will be there on Wednesday and Thursday. I will be there.
All right. Well, Jeff will be back for the football season. He's covering the Phillies right now for CBS 3 Philadelphia. He covers the NFL for CBS Sports. A little double duty for Jeff Kerr right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, buddy. Good to see you.
Always a pleasure, Mike. You know what? It's that time of year. I'm sure you're excited for football.
I am certainly ready for the football season to get here, and we'll have it all covered.
You know what I always say, Mike? Get me ready for October. That's to me, that's my favorite month for baseball and football.
Absolutely. All right, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, sounds good, buddy. Thanks.
Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports. Of course, all of the coverage at CBSSports.com for the football. CBS 3 Philadelphia for the Philadelphia Phillies, which is he is covering both beats now. Good stuff out of him. All right, coming up on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. The 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Did John Middleton give us a crystal ball to the Phillies bullpen problems? You'll hear what the Phillies owner said this weekend about the Phillies bullpen. It's coming up next on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. 332 Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. I got some sound here from John Middleton. This is courtesy of On Pattison. Tim Kelly covers the Phillies for them. And the owner, John Middleton, spoke on Saturday about the state of the Phillies bullpen. I thought it was a lot of interesting and compelling things in here, Josh. So we're going to play some of the audio here, and I'll react to it and give you my thoughts. You guys can do the same at 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. So Middleton spoke to the media over the weekend. Did he give us a crystal ball to the Phillies bullpen problems? This is how I see this conversation going, Josh. First, let's play this bite from John Middleton using the St. Louis Cardinals as an example of how the bullpen in the regular season and how the bullpen in the playoffs are two totally different animals.
One of the things people have to realize is a bullpen in the regular season is an entirely different animal than a bullpen in the postseason. If you go back to, I was talking to Dave about this about a month ago, and he said, John, and I think it was 06 when the Tigers, which he was running, played the Cardinals. He said, the Cardinals bullpen was very mundane, very average. He said, we weren't concerned about it at all. And then they put Adam Wainwright in the bullpen. And overnight, it turned into a really, really good bullpen.
All right, this is how this conversation went in my mind. Hey, Dave, our bullpen stinks. We need to do something. John, let me tell you a story. 2007, I'm with the Tigers, and we're playing them in the Cardinals in the World Series. And we thought we had the advantage over them because their bullpen was just mundane. And then they put Adam Wainwright in the bullpen, and that changed the complexion of that series, and they beat us. So, John, come playoff time, I've got multiple moves I can make inside my organization, our organization, that can help the bullpen, including these pitchers.
We only need 3 pitchers, and we don't need our 4th pitcher until the 4th game of the division series, right? So you need 3 pitchers, and everybody else goes to the bullpen. And you're going to have people in the bullpen who are now starting pitchers first. You might see people up. I could see Abel coming back up if he's not up before that for some other reason. I could see Abel in the bullpen, coming out at 97 miles an hour with a really good curveball. Painter might be up here the same way. So you never know.
So Dombrowski tells Middleton, John, remember when they brought Adam Wainwright? We can go with Abel, Painter, and I got other options. Luzardo, we got Nola coming back. We don't have to do anything crazy to try to get a bullpen arm. I'll go get a guy like Dave Robertson. And basically, they are paying Robertson the rest of the year what they would have been paying Alvarado. So there's kind of a wash in terms of salary there, although they do have to pay him $12 million because of the luxury tax. But, you know, they got someone now to replace Alvarado, although I would have rather him be left-handed. But I think this is how the conversation went, essentially. Middleton's frustrated. He goes to Dombrowski. Hey, our bullpen sucks. What can we do? Don't worry. Here's a story for you. And I think the story settles you down, right? Here's an old folksy guy in Dave Dombrowski. Well, let me tell you something about our club. We've got a lot of talented pitchers in our club and in our organization. And just like the Cardinals did to me when I was in Detroit, we can do to somebody when we make the playoffs. I'll just put Luzardo and, heck, we could call up Mick Abel and maybe even Andrew Painter and put those guys in the bullpen because you could do everything right.
If you go back to like 9, 10, and 11 for us, when Ruben was the general manager, he did an extraordinary job. Every move he made, it was an A-plus move. And every player that he brought in performed at a very high level. And we still lost. You know, and not only did we not win the World Series, but we exited every year one round earlier than the year before. And then so if you kind of empty the cupboard, you can do everything right and you still don't win.
Phillies traded all their prospects away, got the established players, and it still didn't work. There is no right or wrong way to do this. You get Hunter Pence, that doesn't work out. You get Cliff Lee, that doesn't work out. You get Roy Halladay, that doesn't work out. They were the right moves, but it doesn't guarantee you anything. So there is a balance here between your prospects, keeping them and moving them.
We're going to be playing baseball in 5 or 10 years from now, right?
Yeah.
And we want the fans to be excited about the team 5 or 10 years from now. And to do that, you can't just trade everybody and say, well, and by the way, some players you think we should be getting, they're not going to be available. And other players you want us to get, they're going to be available, and it's going to be an arm and a leg, and we're going to say no.
So you're going to say no. If somebody says, I want Andrew Painter for this guy, the Phillies are just going to say no, just like they did last season.
I mean, we had that problem last year with Crochet at the trade deadline. We made a spectacularly good offer, so good that Dave looked at me at one point and he said, I don't know that I should be doing this. And he said, you know what, I'm ambivalent. If they take the deal, great. If they don't take the deal, great. I'm really happy with keeping the guys we were going to give them. And that's the way I was. And I think, so you have to balance that. And look, he's got 40 years in the business, and nobody's perfect. Nobody makes every call right, but he's made a lot of them really well. And so you just have to trust Dave to kind of think this through.
So it's obvious that John Middleton trusts his general manager, his president of baseball operations. He said he's got 40 years in the business. You just got to trust it through. Even though he doesn't always make the right decision, you just got to trust his instincts on this one. They had an offer last year for Garrett Crochet, and they said it was a spectacular offer, and the other team just didn't want to take it. That's where the Phillies right now, I think, are in an interesting spot. There's a couple of players of interest that are available, and I think the Phillies are going to say, look, we want to keep this guy and this guy. If you ask us for those guys, we're not all that interested because nobody that you're offering us right now, no player that we're getting offered is enough to empty the cupboard. There is no player on the market that is worth emptying the cupboard for. And when I say emptying the cupboard, that means your Painters and your Millers, if that's who you are deeming to be pseudo-untouchable. I think the Phillies might say, hey, if you gave me Brett Rooker and Mason Miller, I would be interested in listening a little bit. But I would say this. There is a report out there from Ken Rosenthal. There was some reporting yesterday from Bob Nightingale that said Miller would not be traded, essentially. Now, Rosenthal has now reported while they don't want to trade him, they would be open to taking phone calls and listed the Phillies as one team that would be a fit for the A's. And, of course, that gets you like, okay, well, what could you give up for Mason Miller? I don't think Brett Rooker gets traded. So
a couple of things, Mike. Number one, remember the Phillies did try to get Mason Miller last year. The price tag was too high on him as well. So the two guys we're talking about, Garrett Crochet and Mason Miller last year, those were two guys the Phillies, and Dombrowski talked about this as well previously, that they tried to put out packages that they thought that were very good, and teams were just uninterested. Now,
that's what he talked about with the Crochet.
Right. Well, but I'm saying Dombrowski has said that as well in previous interviews, that they try to do that. So, I mean, do the A's maybe lower their asking price a little bit this year, and maybe they're a more reasonable conversation to be had?
I would almost say if I'm the A's, I up my asking price.
Based on what?
That I have two players that I don't want to give up. If I don't want to give up the player, I can ask for whatever I want. Because in the end, if I end up with them, I'm okay with that. If you are willing to budge off what I asked for last year, if I ask for the same thing again and you don't want to budge, the end result is I got two players that I really don't want to give up. So why would I change my ask?
You're saying two players.
Yeah, I get the two players that I don't want to give up, Mason Miller and Brett Rooker. I'm
not talking about Rooker. I'm asking specifically about Miller.
Same thing. Just take Rooker out. Then I end up with a player that I don't really want to give up anyway. I'll ask for whatever I want. And if the end result is I end up with the player that I don't want to give up anyway, then how do I lose?
So you're under the impression that Miller's just not getting traded.
That was the reporting yesterday.
Well, that was Nightingale's reporting. Mm-hmm. And Rosenthal reports something different.
Well, it was similar reporting. Was Nightingale saying don't expect that they don't want to trade him. And Rosenthal's essentially was they would be willing to listen and these are the it didn't seem like they were all that enthralled about trading. Similar to what I'm saying here. I'll listen to teams that have things that we would be intrigued by. I don't think those teams want to move those players, but if they did, then we'd listen. I'll read the Rosenthal thing here and kind of decipher. You can kind of decipher. A year ago, Athletics closer Mason Miller was untouchable. To this point, the A's messaging this season is, we're not trading him, is pretty much the same. But according to sources briefed on the team's plan, that stance could change. The way the A's see it, only a few teams are bold enough to propose an offer for Millie worthy of consideration.
Right, so they're saying that if you give me what I want, we'll trade.
Right, exactly what I'm saying. I don't want to give this player up, but there are a handful of players we might consider moving him for. The Phillies, you have one. He says the Dodgers, San Diego, maybe you guys have somebody that, we scouted in your organization. We would listen, but we don't think they want to give them up.
Gotcha.
So in the end, we're happy just keeping Mason Miller. So the first sentence there says it all. We're not talking about him is pretty much the same, but that stance could change if the Phillies were willing to give up a player that they would probably not be interested in trading, and I would imagine that would be Andrew Painter.
So the other thing I wanted to ask you about is, after listening to John Middleton, it sounds like we're almost being groomed or molded or prepped for the reality that they don't trade anybody and they don't actually get anybody, and that the narrative is going to be, oh, well, we tried, but we saw guys coming in the postseason.
Well, let me ask you, if their bullpen was a completely remade bullpen with in-house fixes, is that okay?
No.
What's the difference? Why do I have to get somebody outside the organization if I'm replacing guys in my organization with 5 new guys?
Because I want somebody who I know who's done it before.
That's a fair answer there. There have been reports that the Guardians are not going to trade Clase.
Mm-hmm.
There's been reports that the Orioles aren't going to trade Bautista. Maybe that guy just doesn't exist.
Maybe he doesn't.
So how do I fault you if the other team says, I'm not giving this guy up?
If the guy doesn't exist, that's fine. But part of the problem...
Right, but in the end, if the guy doesn't exist, that's fine. But if I say, listen, if my bullpen today is what it is today, and on October 6th, which is when I guess the playoffs would start when? October 6th would be that Monday.
Yes.
Or Tuesday with a wild card round. If my bullpen was Robertson, Kerkering, Strom, Banks, Abel, Painter, Luzardo, and one of those other starters, Nola maybe, is that bullpen an upgrade?
A marginal upgrade. Again,
if it's a marginal upgrade, then you would have to trade those guys if the option if you only think those pitchers are marginal upgrades, then why would they be worth holding on to?
I think that they, as Middleton said, they are trying to look ahead to the future. They are looking beyond just this year. They're trying to balance.
Yeah, but they're trying to look ahead to this year by keeping those players that you just called marginal.
No, I said the upgrade is marginal. I say they are marginal.
Well, why would the upgrade only be marginal if then they are not marginal?
Because some of their skill sets are not for what we are asking them to do.
That's okay, but I'm saying if you're saying, and I'll explain, I'm not a big fan of putting starters in the bullpen, but in this instance, I'll tell you why I might agree with it for this instance. That's coming up later on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube at Mike Gill Show.
Yeah, I think the Detroit Lions are right there. And I believe in the culture that head coach Dan Campbell has built in the Motor City. Yeah, I think the Detroit Lions are going to be right there again, vying for NFC supremacy. And I think this is one of the best teams in all of football.
Chris Canty this morning. It's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Listen to Unsportsmanlike every morning from 6 to 10 a.m. right here on 97.3 ESPN. We're getting close to football. The Eagles report tomorrow. And I was thinking about his comment about the Lions, and I'm wondering, as we look at the contenders in the NFC, are the Lions the biggest contender? You know, they lost their coordinator on offense and on defense. Aaron Glenn is the head coach of the Jets. Ben Johnson is now the head coach of the Chicago Bears. Is that enough to knock the Lions down a peg, plus the retirement of the center? Go ahead.
Also, don't forget Levi on Rosarique. He's done for the year as well.
They lost a guy on defense as well. Same problem they had last year where they were losing guys defensively. Are the Lions a team that we look at with so much talent, but at the top of the heap, the coaching situation, Frank Ragnow, maybe the best center in all of football, not there, and you're kind of like, you don't look at it, but I talked about it last week. Think about your offensive line like your bullpen. Can you imagine losing your closer and how you would replace your closer? They lost their center. I'm wondering if the Lions are the team that everybody just thinks is going to be right there with the Eagles, is a team that maybe takes a step back.
I think they are going to be this year's 49ers. What you saw from the 49ers last year, I think the Lions are going to be that this year.
It all starts tomorrow. The Eagles and all NFL teams report to training camp and training camp coverage. You can get it right here on 97.3 ESPN. Football at 4 is coming up. On the other side, training camp starts tomorrow. My 5 biggest storylines and Jeff Mosher's 5 biggest storylines. 5 things about the Eagles training camp. I think my 5 are things that no one's talking about. Or not enough people. I don't want to say nobody, but I think there's 5 things that made my list that most people are not putting on their list. We'll see what Mosher's 5 are. That's next. Football at 4 is on the way. The final Football at 4 without training camp. Next. Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary. At Bet365, Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast is here. And, of course, it is the final Football at 4 before the Eagles do report. Now, tomorrow they just report. There is no practice tomorrow. The practices begin on Wednesday. Nick Sirianni will talk on Wednesday morning for the first time, and we'll have that press conference for you here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Let's bring Jeff Mosher in. This is the final Football at 4 before the Eagles report. That means the summer's over, Mosher. That's it. The summer's over.
Don't you do that to me, Michael Gill. Do you not do that to me?
Well, we started about a month ago, and it was like, we got about a month to training camp. And now we are at training camp. The players will report tomorrow. What does that mean? They just kind of get there. There is no functions or practices. This is just the first day that everybody has to get to the NovaCare. And imagine they got to get weighed in, all that stuff to make sure that they're not overweight, get fined, all that stuff.
Oh, yeah. And then, they take that. I think they still do the test, the fitness tests and everything like that. You got to pass that. There have been years, Mike, where players have not been able to start the first day of practice or had to be put on PUP. Because or NFI, I forget which one it would be, but because they did not make it through the fitness test. But I think in the last few years they've been fine with that.
All right, each of us today have our 5 biggest stories going into training camp. These are the 5 things that we will both be watching. Moshe has his list of 5. I have my list of 5 things. So let's start with number 5, Jeff Mosher, of things that you are intrigued by at Eagles training camp.
Well, everything starts up front for the Eagles on both defense and offense, right? So when we start, I'm going to go to defense because that side has lost the most starters and was the number 1 ranked defense in the last year. And there's no question that Milton Williams was an enormous part of what they do. And they have to make up, as I've said many times, not only the snaps that he played, but the high-level production within those snaps that he played. And the people who are tasked with making that up are Moro Ajomo, who was a 7th-round pick. You've got Jordan Davis, who the coaches have said, they liked what they saw from a pass rush standpoint over the last few weeks in postseason of last year. And, of course, the rookie Ty Robinson. So that's where I'd start, is sort of that second interior rusher in the 4-man rush next to Jalen Carter. Who's it going to be?
All right, number 5 for me, I kind of threw this all-encompassing because I wrote just all the camp battles. How will they all materialize? Right guard, corner, safety, D tackle, linebacker. I think the camp battles, there's a lot of competition. So the competition at camp, coming off of a Super Bowl and all of these up-for-grabs spots add to competition. So the camp battles and competition would be my number 5 thing that I'm watching for. Look, these could all be individual stories, but I think there's so many other stories that I just lumped in the camp battles as my number 5 because I think competition is good, especially for a team that won a Super Bowl. No complacency here, Jeff Mosher.
Oh, not at all. You can't be complacent. And I like that you started off in a big picture. I zeroed in on one spot. You went to a big picture one. I like that. I'm going to go a little big
all
picture, too, on my next few.
Okay, number 4, let's go. Jeff Mosher, what is your 4th story that you'll be watching starting at training camp?
So, and we'll be watching it, and I don't know how much of an answer we'll be able to get. So this is sort of a entering training camp, but really about the season, is the concept of opening up the offense, the pass offense under Kevin Patullo. What does that mean? What does it look like, right? How do you open up this offense and continue to also be a dominant ground game? And when you do open up the offense, how successful will it be? Because other coordinators and coaches have tried to do this, and it's not always worked. So I'm very curious to see what that looks like.
All right, that's a good one. I have one that's similar to that, but a little different coming up in just a little bit here. So we'll get to that one first. Let me give you my number 4. My number 4 is Jalen Carter. Will he continue to get better? This was the guy last year who kind of led your defense in year 2. What kind of player is he in year 3? That 3rd year is really the big jump. Does he take another huge jump from game wrecker what's the next level do you get to? And if he gets to that next level, what does that mean for this Eagles defense? They lost a lot of pieces. He loses Milton Williams. They've lost a lot of pieces. But what if Carter takes another big jump forward in year number 3? I'm going to be watching what kind of Jalen Carter the Eagles will be getting in his 3rd season in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I mean, he played at such a high level, Mike, but he's so young. And I know that, Adam and I have talked about this on the podcast. There are certain things that people have watched him play say he can even get better on, whether it's, right now he sort of gets by on being this freak of nature and violent hands. But once he starts to put technique and, other things together, he's going to get double teamed even more this year, learning how to beat those. He's going to be, if he can do those things, he'll be an absolute monster of a player.
All right, that's our number 4s. Let's go to number 3, Jeff Mosher, 3rd biggest story you're watching at Eagles training camp.
Yeah, and last year, it didn't take too long to start to notice that you weren't noticing Bryce Huff, right? The big ticket free agent signing. So you even though you can't hit the quarterback, you get a pretty good idea of what you got on the edges just based on explosion and one-on-ones and things like that. And this edge group, to me, Mike, really comes under the microscope. 11 total starts between Jalen Hunt and Nolan Smith. I cannot remember the last time the Eagles had an edge tandem that had such little experience, right? You're trying to replace Josh Swift. You're trying to replace Brandon Graham, and you drafted both of these guys pretty high. They ended the season on a really high note, but now everybody's had all offseason to kind of prepare for them. And as we say, progress in the NFL is not always linear. Sometimes you take a step back. Sometimes you're never as good as you were year 1 or year 2. It just happens. So I'm very, very interested to see the developments that Jalen Hunt in particular, but Hunt and Nolan Smith make here starting in camp.
All right, great minds think alike. Number 3 for me, on the edge. Will Jalen Hunt and Nolan Smith take that next step to become star players? I mean, Hunt and Smith, I think both had very good short bursts last year. Smith came on really in November and then really came on in the playoffs. Hunt came on after the Brandon Graham injury and was very good in the playoffs as well. But can both of those guys sustain a full season of production? I think that sounds like a story you're watching as well. Do these guys both become legitimate full-time 17-game pass rushers? I had questions about Nolan last year. Hey, his rookie year, he did nothing. The first half of last year, he didn't do much. And now he has put himself on the map to where we say, hey, is this guy a double-digit sack guy? Is he becoming one of these great pass rushers in the league? This is the year we'll be looking for that. And Jalen Hunt's a complete wild card. I mean, this guy, 3rd-round pick. Many people didn't think he'd make an impact at all last year, Jeff Mosher. He didn't only make an impact. He has now forged himself into the conversation for starting edge rusher on this team. So on the edge, big story for me. We agree on that. Plus, how does Josh Uche and Azeez Ojulari factor in, if at all, on the edge for this defense?
Yeah, it's a great point because in a best-case scenario, all 4 of those guys are playing really well. That gives Vic not only a good rotation, but maybe even some optionality. If someone proves that they can move inside, like Jalen Hunt, and you can throw 3 edges on the field, one of them playing the inside rusher position like Brandon Graham did in 2017, that just could present a different look that teams might struggle with. So really looking forward to seeing who emerges there.
All right, number 2, Jeff Mosher, what do you got?
Number 2, I went a little bit big picture and sort of like what you talked about, job competition, but specifically the prove it guys. There are a couple of guys this year that have to really prove it. Obviously, one of them is Keely Ringo. Another one is Sidney Brown, Tyler Steen at right guard, Jeremiah Trotter Jr. at linebacker opposite Zach Bond. So these are guys that you're looking at because the microscope is on them at this stage of their careers to either seize the job or the Eagles have to kind of play some one-year veterans around them that may not make them as good as they want to be.
Our number 2 for me is a tough one because it is Jahad Campbell and what is his injury situation and what will his role be? I mean, I want to watch him in training camp. I don't even know if he's going to be able to be out there. When is he going to be out there? And when he is out there, what is he doing? What room is he in? Is he hanging out with the linebackers? Is he in the edge room? Is he What is Jihad Campbell, and when will he be able to play? Jeff, you could talk more about this, but, last year Cooper DeJean missed time, and that caused him to miss the first quarter of the season. Is Campbell going to be behind? Is this going to limit the versatility that many people think that he has? When will he be out there? Is he going to be out there Wednesday? Is he going to be out there ready to play in any of the preseason games so that he can find his niche and role? That's got to be one of the big stories, is your first-round pick that many people thought could be a top 10 player fell to you because of injury. How will that injury affect the 2025 start to his season?
Yeah, it's a great question. And some people, I think it was Vic Fangio who said he's not even going to be ready until August. But guess what? August is next Friday. So if it's early August, that could be a lot sooner than we think. If it's late August, then we're looking at 5 to 6 more weeks of seeing him. So, they were intentionally, I'm sure, vague in not saying when in August, but everybody will look forward to seeing him get out there. And then when he does, how does he acclimate into this defense? Absolutely is a big storyline.
By the way, August 7th, the Eagles will have their first preseason game against the Bengals, and you can hear that game right here on your home for Eagles football. 97.3 ESPN. Will Jihad Campbell play in that game? I would assume not. Even if he's back, I would assume that they want to take it slow with him and that he would not be on the field in that first preseason game. So Campbell, number 2 for me, which takes us to the top of our list, the number 1 biggest story that we're both watching at Eagles training camp. Jeff Mosher, what do you got?
All right. Well, I call this category repeat offenders, but I mean this in a good way when I say offenders. I want to see if a number of guys who played out of their mind last year and emerged at the top of their positions can carry this over, or if that was a flash in the pan. And I'm sure you can imagine who I'm speaking of, but obviously one of them is Zach Bond. Another one is Quinyon Mitchell. Another one is Cooper DeJean. And then even the quarterback at the end of the year, he may not have had the greatest regular season, but boy, did he play out of his mind in the Super Bowl, right? Jalen Hurts. So can these 4 guys have the kind of, 3 have the kind of year and one just kind of piggyback off of when he was last on the field, because this team's going to need it. Again, when you have as much turnover as the Eagles have, you really can't afford to have guys taking a step back or plateauing at certain positions. And I think Bond, Cooper, Mitchell, I'll really have my eyes on, only because we've seen this a little bit with corners where they have some early success and then maybe the next year they're not as good and then they have to kind of build themselves back up. So it's a tough position to play, and everybody has seen him now and they've seen his strengths and his weaknesses. So very, very, my eyes are on those 4 guys. Can they continue to do it the way they did last year?
I definitely think the Bond one is going to be intriguing to me. Is, hey, this guy came out of nowhere to have an all-pro level season that got him paid. Can he play at that level again? We asked that a lot. Like, hey, you were this good last year. Can you do it again? That will be, I think, it definitely should possibly maybe overlooked on my list of things that we didn't put on the list. But number 1 for me, what's next for Jalen Hurts? Is there another level to him that he can get to with the new offensive coordinator? We saw a very good Jalen Hurts last year, but at times people ask questions about Hurts. Hey, what's going on here? Is there something that he could do better? There's been a lot of talk about him this offseason. What's the next iteration, if there is another iteration of Jalen Hurts? Is he continuing to ascend? Is he plateauing? Is he flatlining? Is that okay if he does? What kind of role will he have in the offense this year? I think last year obviously was kind of uneven, but very good. And, how many quarterbacks in Super Bowl lore are a guy who throws for under 200 yards a game?
Well, I even wrote about that for Philly Voice last week. There are only like 5 quarterbacks who have averaged who had the numbers that he had last year, which is like fewer than 3,000 yards and fewer or the same or fewer than 18 passing touchdowns and won a Super Bowl. And there's just not – that's a very small list. And so it'll be – yes, I agree with you. I think it's going to be interesting. That falls in line with my opening up of the offense number 4 thing and what is that next step. I really would like to spend some time I'm going to try to do this more, talking to some NFL personnel, but some real quarterbacks. I'd like to talk to more quarterbacks about this. Maybe I'll try to get Ron Jaworski on the phone, because Jalen Hurts did some incredible things last year, just from a stylistic standpoint, if you go back to the championship game against Washington and even the Super Bowl, I don't believe he attempted or completed any passes between the numbers within 20 to 30 yards. He obviously had the dagger to Jalen Hurts on a post, but he really did not. He basically ignored that whole part of the field and catered to his strengths, which is throwing outside the numbers. And I just wonder if quarterbacks who have played the position and succeeded think that he can continue to have a really successful career that way, or if eventually he is going to have to be able to utilize that part of the field more.
That to me, right, the quarterback thing, and it just, he in itself, he's a guy, he's not rated high enough. He's won the Super Bowl. He's the MVP of the Super Bowl. He's not rated high enough. Is he better than this guy? I mean, he's always going to be a story because of the nature of he's not a slam dunk 100%, star player in everybody's mind. I think there are a lot of people out there that acknowledge that he's very, very, very good and important. But what is next for Jalen Hurts? And then there's so many other stories that, did not make our top 5. I think one of yours that maybe I overlooked is the repeat offenders. I think that was a good one with that group of guys there. Is Zach Bond going to be the same player? Is Cooper DeJean going to have another, great year? Or teams watch tape now and see what he struggles with? Same with Quinyon Mitchell. I think another guy you got to throw into the mix there that you got to keep an eye on is who replaces Milton Williams, and do you get the same level of production out of that spot? And how does that affect, my number 4 story, which was Jalen Carter, the defense as a whole? How do 5 new pieces fit into that defense? That to me is something we got to keep an eye on too.
That was my number 5. It was Moro Ojomo, Jordan Davis, and Ty Robinson. How can they? It's not about. I just think we all fall into a trap. Moro Ojomo played really well in the snaps that he played. He played about 36% of the snaps last year. And so it would be easy to draw a line from X to Y to say, well, then he's just going to fill in Milton Williams' snaps. But that's sort of appreciates just how well and how dominant Milton Williams played. Now, maybe that's a function of just being next to Jalen Carter. I don't know. We'll find out because Milton Williams ain't playing next to Jalen Carter, although Christian Barmore is pretty good, but it's not Jalen Carter. We'll find out. But again, now that Moro is going to be asked to play more and the magnifying glasses on him, it's a lot. So we'll see. We'll see what the plan is there.
Yeah, and you mentioned Ty Robinson, too. There was a lot of people excited about that pick. Does he have any impact this year? Do the Eagles say, look, you're kind of redshirting this year, or no, you're getting thrown into the fire, and we're hoping that we get something from you? I think that's something that we'll find out in this camp as well, because you're going to start to hear, hey, this guy's really standing out earlier. No, he's behind, and they have some other guys that they like. That's something that I think you mentioned his name. I haven't heard his name really since the second week of the post-draft is, hey, they drafted a guy that they had a lot of excitement about.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, what I've seen from Vic Fangio is if you can play, he'll play you, right? So he was already starting to play Jalex Hunt last year after a couple of weeks of playing well on special teams. So if Ty Robinson can play, he'll play. May not play a ton of snaps because Moro Ojomo might be killing it, but he'll play.
Yeah. All right. We'll see it all unfold. Starts tomorrow when they report. Wednesday, when Jeff is back for football at 4, they will have practiced for the first time this season to get ready, and the Super Bowl season will officially be behind them. All right, 5 biggest stories at Eagles camp. There you go. Those 5 and more, of course, and we'll be covering them all here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks, Jeff. All right, there's Jeff Mosher, everybody. Of course, from the Inside the Birds podcast, Football at 4 here. Every day you get football at 4 o'clock on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. We hope you'll be a part of the show. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. You can always be a part of the show on the text board. We read off as many texts as we can all throughout the show. Get your text, get your voice heard at 609-403-0973. Mike, Nolan Smith, an Eagles' new draft pick, and Big Dom were at the NASCAR race in Dover. Where the hell were you? I was not there. I did not attend. I have been invited to go to Dover Downs quite a few times, and I actually would like to check it out one time. This was just not the weekend.
I love how the person assumes that you know where these people are going to be. So I
don't know. I think he was just joking, Josh. I think he was I'm just having fun back with him. Yeah, so where the hell was I? I was busy this weekend. I had a lot of stuff going on this weekend. No Dover Downs for me. Although I'm not adverse to going to Dover Downs. Just not this year. Sorry.
Maybe next year.
Maybe next year. Maybe Nolan Smith, Big Dom, and an Eagles draft choice will be there as well. Who was the Eagles draft choice? Depending on who it was. Maybe if I would have gone, it was one guy, but maybe not the others. Who was there?
Good question.
All right, we are counting down the trade deadline. We have a poll question up at 973 ESPN. Let's check that poll question before the Nuggets today. At 973 ESPN, poll question is, there was a story over at Fox Sports that listed the top 3 destinations for LeBron James. Now, I don't know that LeBron James is going to get traded, but if he did, these are the 3 spots they said had the biggest chance to land him. Number 1, San Antonio. Number 2, Miami. Number 3, Philadelphia. So, would you make the trade proposed the trade that they proposed? That would be LeBron James to Philadelphia for Paul George and a first-round unprotected pick in 2030. 75% say, yeah, I'd do that deal. 25% say, no, I'll pass. You can vote at 973 ESPN on the X platform. You got 1 hour left to do so. Get your vote in, and we'll discuss coming up. Knicks Nuggets right here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 429 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video on the X platform and YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Time now for Nick's Nuggets. Are brought to you by the Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Earnshaw is host of the Shift podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms, and he is the producer of the Locker Room Weekends on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, the Nuggets right now. Let's bring him in. Nick Earnshaw after a nice weekend. Now, he went to the ballpark yesterday, and he's part of the reason why the Phillies lost that game. Welcome back to the show.
What's going on, Mr. Mike Gill? Yeah, I'm not. It was not a great day at the ballpark. First of all, you get there, it rains for about 10 to 15 minutes. Just a complete downpour, delays the start of the game, the whole nine. It was ridiculous at this point. So I'm soaked. That's fantastic. That's great. Actually dried up pretty quick because it did get sunny out. But then they just it's a snoozer. It's a clunker yesterday for the Fight-Ins. 8-2 loss. Brutal day to be down at the ballpark. It was a nice day after the rain, but you're wet, and then they do that. I think Ranger was all messed up probably from that. His velo was down. I guess this team just can't handle rain delays, Mike.
It's so weird. I was in Philly yesterday morning, and I drove back around noon, and then I got to my house, and I saw there was a rain delay. I was like, what the? It was a weird weather day yesterday. I was outside my house. It was clear blue skies, and it was like spitting. Not rain, just kind of spit. I'm like, what is going on here? It was like a bizarre day yesterday with the weather. But, yeah, Phil's tough day, tough weekend, other than Saturday night where they got the Grand Slam. I mean, other than that, who figures you have a game where one of your pitchers is Taijuan Walker, and that's the only game you win all weekend?
Yeah, who would have thought that Walker gets the only W all weekend? That's the win where he starts the ball game. So yesterday at Ranger, he didn't look great, had that tough inning, and he got a bad call on Mike Trout. That was a strike. That really changed the whole tone of the game yesterday for Ranger. So, but his velo was down a little bit. He didn't have his best stuff, so that's not the only reason. But that was a big swing in that ball game, and the Angels never looked back after that. But yeah, you're right. The weather yesterday, very odd, because we get to the ballpark, and I'm up in the nosebleed, second deck, per usual, for the most part, right? And you get to the ballpark, I'm scanning the ticket in. All of a sudden, 10, 15 minutes, it just opens up. It gets dark, starts pouring out of nowhere. So that was interesting. That never happened to me before. So for all the ones that stuck around through that entire day, hey, God bless you. It was something else. All right, let's move along and talk some real business. Let's get to it. Nugget number one, we have to talk about David Robertson, a third stint with the Philadelphia Phillies. He's going to go down to AAA to start out, to ramp up. Dave Dombrowski actually spoke with the media today, and he said he's sitting around 88, 90 miles an hour. Remember, Robertson's 40 years of age at this point in his career. It's funny. I had a feeling like this is going to happen again. They're going to sign him once again, which was fascinating. So they add another piece to the bullpen. He'll probably be up early August. It seems like that's the indication from the Philadelphia Phillies at this point. But there was something that John Clark put out. He put out a tweet from NBC Sports Philadelphia. He had asked Dave Dombrowski about Painter and Abel going to the bullpen. Dave Dombrowski said they have not discussed Andrew Painter going to the bullpen, but they're open-minded about Mick Abel. So that was interesting because why wouldn't you be open-minded about Andrew Painter? He's your top guy. He throws pretty hard. I wouldn't mind having him come out of the bullpen like a David Price back in the day, right? So they're going to be aggressive at the deadline, probably going to add another arm, which is fine. But don't you think they would express interest in both those guys coming out of the bullpen?
I would express interest. I think they're being very, very careful with Painter. He obviously, coming off the Tommy John, he lacks command. It's something that's kind of caused his numbers at the AAA level to not be very gaudy, but they still know he has really good stuff. So I think they're more worried about Painter working, on those short kind of back-to-back days or, just – hey, can you pitch Friday night and then take the day off Saturday and then be available again on Sunday? So I can understand Painter a little bit more than Abel. Abel obviously has pitched all season long. He hasn't really dealt with the arm issues. Andrew Painter is a different animal. He is their highest prospect. They hold him in a lot different regard than they do Andrew Painter. Now, that being said, John Middleton did say the other day, he indicated, he was like, hey, we could call Abel up here, and maybe same thing with Painter. So I think everybody seems – now, I agree. I have said I don't see them using Painter in that role just because of the fact that he's coming off of Tommy John. And I don't think the command is where the Phillies maybe thought it would be at this point. Look at Sandy Alcantara. He has not pitched well at all this year coming off of Tommy John. He's been terrible. And this is a guy that won a Cy Young Award, and he hasn't bounced back with the command yet. His stuff is still pretty good. I mean, he throws, his velo is stuff there. He just doesn't have the command that made him a Cy Young Award winner. This is one where I think the Phillies are way more coddling of Andrew Painter than they are of Mick Abel.
But what's interesting about this is they probably won't have Mick Abel after July 31st. I mean, he is the trade chip of all trade chips at this point. So, I mean, really, the question is, you might not have either one of them pitching. Like, I know the owner said, I know Middleton said the other day, but if you're not going to use Painter, Mick might not even be here in a week, 10 days, whatever, next Thursday. So, that's what I mean. Like, you're open-minded about Mick, but you're not open-minded about Painter. I guess Dombrowski wants to protect Painter. They want to do everything they can. But when you have the owner come out and kind of say the opposite, I mean, it's mixed messaging at that point.
It is. And listen, I think the Painter thing is evolving. I mean, they said July-ish, and then I think he's not been what they really thought. Yeah. And it's not that they've changed their, thoughts to him. And I think they're looking at his numbers, like not putting a lot of stock in his numbers. I think they're looking at his stuff and saying, he's got the stuff. The command just isn't where we thought it would be to where he could come up and help us at the big league level. So we want to keep him down there a little bit longer. Maybe they thought by now his command would have come back. It's actually kind of got worse. He was better earlier on. He's gotten worse as the season's gone on, as he's faced better hitters, obviously. But Painter, to me, they're not going to trade. Abel, they would be more inclined to move if the right deal is there. I don't think the right deal is there for Painter. None of the names that I have heard would I move Andrew Painter to try to get. None of the names that I've heard so far in this kind of round of trade talks.
Is everyone untouchable? Is everyone, I guess I should say this, is Painter the only untouchable? After that, it's fair game. It's Miller, Crawford. I feel like that's how it's got to be. Everyone after Painter, fair game.
I think, I said I would be interested. I would move Painter if it meant I got Rooker and Miller.
Yep.
That would be the only group of names that I would say. If you told me I was getting Rooker and Miller, then I say, okay, I will succumb to Painter. Outside of those names, I don't think there's a name that I have heard that I would move Painter for. Now, I don't know did you see the Jim Bowden story today?
I did.
All right, he listed 4 names: Jarren Duran, Lewis Robert Jr., Adolis Garcia, and Cedric Mullins. I don't know that any of those guys. Now, if you told me Jarren Duran 2 months ago, I would have been like, all right, you got to make that move. Here we are now. Jarren Duran is basically platooning.
Yeah.
Can't hit lefties. And I don't know what level of player I'm giving. Am I giving up Mick Abel to get him?
Yeah, I just, those names don't excite me. And then you have people talking about Robert. I mean, Robert's been the name for, gosh, how many years now? He can hit lefties. Yep. Great. He can't hit righties. But his numbers, like his power numbers, are essentially the same. Like he has 5 home runs. The RBI numbers aren't great with against left-handed pitching. Like his batting average is fine. His numbers are up. But you're also adding, it's just another platoon. It's another platoon. I thought we're trying to do away with platoons at this point. You have too many platoons, Mike. I don't need another platoon.
Well, what if you upgrade? What if you upgrade your platoons? You can't be against that. You can't just say I'm against platoons, even if I'm upgrading the platoon.
I would rather them go make a splash. Stop with the platoons. Go make a splash now and get an everyday player.
What if that everyday player doesn't exist? You're pounding the table for an everyday player that's not. I haven't heard of one guy that I say that's the guy. He makes the sense. He's available. Now, maybe if you went and got Suarez from the Diamondbacks, now he has to play third base, and now you're moving guys around. Okay, I'll play along with that one. He would be a guy I'd have interest in. But if you're talking about an outfielder, I haven't heard of an outfielder that plays every single day that knocks my socks off.
Yeah, I mean, and Rooker, that dream scenario, he doesn't play a lot of outfield. He's a DH for the most part, right? So you also have to factor that in. I don't care. The defense doesn't bother me for the most part, but man, that Jim Bowden article is interesting too, because looking at the athletics aspect of this, he said, quote, "The one big move I could see the A's making is trading impact closer Mason Miller, if in return they could acquire 2 young starting pitchers, which could reshape their future." As a couple of starting pitchers in their back pocket in their farm system, that's Philadelphia Phillies. I mean, they got to be the favorite if Mason Miller were to be moved. Have to be.
I would agree. And now I said earlier, if I'm the A's, I am not moving off of my asking price.
No, I wouldn't if I'm the A's either, because he's controllable through 2029.
Right. The worst case scenario for the A's is I want Andrew Painter. The Phillies say no, and then the worst case scenario is, okay, I'm stuck with Mason Miller. Bummer.
Yeah, I would, if I'm Dave Dombrowski, give up 2, 3. Of those top 5 guys. I think at this point, go for it. If you can get Miller and Rooker in one deal, that is dream scenario. And it's a very real possibility that you convince the A's to do that, especially if you're giving them top prospects that they can go into their new building in Las Vegas with that'll be ready by the time they come up. Because Mason Miller, Rooker will be older at that point, so you have leverage there. And then Miller that's the piece. That's the main piece of that deal.
Yep. Listen, if you can get Mason Miller and Brett Rooker, you got to make that deal. I said it last year, same thing. Hey, you had to have made that deal. Now, I will say, is there any part of you that's starting to wonder if Brett Rooker is starting to deteriorate a little tiny bit? His numbers this year are not as good as they were last year, and he is starting to hit that age where, I don't know.
Listen, the entire Phillies roster is at that age, so you might as well go for it now while he's still very valuable in the midst of his prime, going to head towards the back end of his prime. I would still do it. If you have that banner hanging out there in center field next to the All-Star logo with the year 2025 on it, it'll be so worth it. All right, moving along, nugget number 2. We're sticking with this kind of scenario, talking about the outfield, okay? We got to talk about a certain individual that I just can't watch anymore. And, he's in the lineup again tonight. And you had Jeff Kerr on. He wrote an article, a piece at CBSPhiladelphia.com. Who has been more disappointing? Because Max Kepler has been massively disappointing. Okay, the numbers back it up. And for some reason, our buddy Josh Henning wrote an article about the top 20 jerseys that have sold for the Philadelphia Phillies this year. Somehow Max Kepler made the list. He was number 18 on this list. How on earth who's buying Max Kepler jerseys? That's a waste. That's such a waste. And if you're buying a City Connect Max Kepler, that's even more of a waste because there was too much City Connect on that list. Anyway, but I digress. So with that, Mike, Max Kepler or Whit Merrifield, which was the more disappointing outfielder?
Well, Whit Merrifield wasn't an outfielder. He was more of like a super but he was a super utility guy who one of the problems was he thought he was a second baseman and he wanted to play second base, but nobody signed him as a second baseman. No. That's why he ended up with the Phillies. So his primary position was second base.
True.
So if you're asking was the more disappointing one-year flyer guy, I would say Merrifield. And to me, it's not particularly close, and I'll tell you why. I had actual expectations for Merrifield as the kind of guy they were missing, a super utility, do-it-all player, can play second, can play third, can play outfield, and be in the lineup a lot, hit for average, on-base guy. Max Kepler, I thought stunk and had no business, couldn't fit on this team. I thought Merrifield was a good fit for the team. I thought Kepler was a lousy fit for this team. Now, I will say where I was wrong about Kepler, because I was wrong about this about Kepler. And I wrote this way back when in predictions for the season. And I thought that he was going to be a guy that the fans would end up actually kind of liking and connecting with, because he was a guy in Minnesota that they loved him in Minnesota. He was a beloved player in Minnesota. And I figured he could hit like a bunch of home runs, like 20 home runs. And Phillies fans generally like a guy who can hit the ball over the fence. And he has hit the ball over the fence here. not enough. Just not enough. And he has no moment of memory whatsoever. So I was wrong about the fans connecting with Kepler. I thought he'd be a popular player because he was very popular in Minnesota, but he stinks.
Yeah. Well,
So Merrifield is the more disappointing, but Merrifield was the more disappointing because he actually was a good fit.
Yeah, he was supposed to be the guy who could play left field some days, platoon maybe over at second base. He could do it all, right? Like you wanted him to play left field certain days. You wanted him to play here, and maybe the bat would be great. No, that didn't happen. So I think I'm with you on that. But because we both saw the Kepler signing as a mistake, I think most of us saw that as, what are you doing? What is it? This move doesn't make sense. But he's been extremely disappointing too because he thought he'd at least get something out of him. And do you remember you mentioned the point that you thought maybe he'd connect with the fan base. Well, since he made those comments about being an everyday guy, and credit to our buddy Jeff Kerr, he has hit a $178 with a home run, 4 RBIs, and an OPS of 544 since he made those comments. So, you got to back it up if you're going to say something like that. And, you were told, hey, I'm going to be a starter, and you put that out into the ether. You got to back it up with your play, and he has done the opposite of that, Mike.
Yeah, he's on borrowed time. Do you believe August 1st is next, Friday? Is next Friday. Not this Friday. The following Friday is August 1st, and I would believe that he will be gone on that day.
DFA'd? DFA'd.
Yeah, DFA'd.
All right. I think I tend to
I think what will happen is, and I've said this a bunch of times, but I will reiterate, I think Kepler will be gone. Crawford will play center. Marsh would be in left field. This is if they do not trade Crawford and they do not bring in another player. I think your outfield would be Marsh, Crawford, Castellanos against right-handers, and Kemp will play left against left-handers, and I think Crawford will pretty much play every day. So your two outfielders every day would be Crawford and Castellanos, and in left field you will have Marsh and Kemp.
I can't wait for the 31st. I cannot wait for the trade deadline. It's going to be a fun one for the Phillies, at least. Hopefully it's a fun one because there's just so many rumors. They're going to make a move. They're going to be aggressive. We'll see how it shakes out on the offensive side as to the bullpen. All right.
By the way, our buddy Steve in Ventnor does bring up a good point that Kepler could have a lot of jersey sales, international jersey sales, because he is from Germany. Yeah,
that's true. That's true. I don't know what Phillies fan has a jersey. I certainly wouldn't.
But Steve comes up with a bad one after that. You're not sending Kepler to anybody in any trade. No. Nobody is taking him back in any capacity. Much like last year, Merrifield. He got released. He ended up signing with the Braves afterwards, but you're not trading him to anybody. Nobody wants Max Kepler because this way you don't have to pay his salary $10 million. It's all a business, man. You can't just send guys to places because they suck.
Yeah, because there's a reason. If you don't want them, then they don't want them. You know,
because they don't have to pay the $10 million. Yeah. They can just let them clear through waivers. Because let me tell you, no one's claiming them, and then you can pay them whatever you want.
Yep, that's where it's at. All right, final nugget of the day. We got to address the poll question today. I hate this poll question. This poll question just irks me just so much because I'm no LeBron guy, not one bit. But however, I'm going to.
What about the results?
I agree with the results. I mean, if this scenario was placed, I don't hate. I mean, it's better than what you got in Paul George. I mean, you get off that Paul George contract. You only have LeBron for one more year, and he's off the books. That opens up a lot of money for you next year. And you maybe get one more good year out of LeBron. I don't know if I'd love seeing LeBron in a Sixers jersey, but hey, it's better than Paul George. Paul George. I mean, he already had the microscopic knee surgery. At least LeBron stays more healthy. I know he got banged up in the playoffs last year, but he's healthier than Paul George. He's won a championship. Maybe he could get Joel in line here and Tyrese Maxey and guys who haven't been past the second round, especially with a lot of young guys, VJ Edgecombe and Jared McCain. And the Lakers, I don't know how realistic it would be. I know we've heard the rumors that, maybe he could get moved and Luka could get that fresh start right by himself. Paul George won't be playing alongside him, so we know that. I mean, he barely plays anyway. So I would have to vote yes. In this scenario, if it came up, do I love it? No. But it's an upgrade as to what you already have.
you have to vote yes on this. I mean, there's not even a question. LeBron James, by the way, is a better player right now than Paul George is.
I said that. I agreed.
That's what I'm saying. So you can't. It's not begrudgingly yes. This is a no-brainer because even if LeBron James doesn't play a second for you, his contract is off the books at the end of the year, and
that's true.
That's now
go. Point.
Yeah, you can now go back into free agency. You're a player in free agency again next year because you don't have to pay the 2 more years after this one for Paul George. George is off your books. The thing you lose is the draft pick in 2030, which was the proposed deal from Fox Sports. But you're hoping that, LeBron comes here. That makes you a pretty good player. Not to mention, you got Max, you got McCain, you got Edgecombe. Yeah. You're thinking that this team is on the way up, not the way down.
It's an upgrade. I'll give it that. I just, I'm not sold on the whole LeBron thing. Is he going to come in and try and be GM for a year? I don't think so. But it's just where the Sixers are at with the Paul George thing. I think Mark Stein put out that it was pretty shocking that they did get the surgery and that he was hurt. So I think I got to read more into that. But yeah, it's a begrudgingly yes. Begrudgingly yes. It's an upgrade. It would work out because the contract is expiring. You can get Paul George's contract off of the books. It would help the Sixers mightily. I just don't know how realistic it would be.
Nope. I think now how realistic is it? I don't think it's 0.0.
No.
But because I do think that the Lakers would like to trade LeBron if they can get out of the LeBron business. I do think they would be. Now the question would be too, what they mentioned the Heat as a team, they mentioned the Spurs as a team.
Cavs have come up.
Well, those are the 3 teams they gave: Sixers, Spurs, and Heat.
I've seen the Cavs come up too. He could return. It's the whole story. Just stay it over. Keep it out of Philadelphia. Honestly, just keep it out.
Vote on the poll question at 973 ESPN. The Fox Sports trade LeBron James for Paul George and a first-round pick. I think now, by the way, the poll question is up at 973 ESPN. If you're voting in the poll right now, 75% say they would make that trade. 25% say no, they would pass on that trade. I don't know what the 25% are thinking. Maybe they just hate LeBron that much. I can't imagine there's 25% of the people that are that big of Paul George fans. All right, that's the Nuggets for today. They're brought to you by The Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Earnshaw's back tomorrow with more Nuggets right here on the Sports Bash. Thanks, Nick.
See ya.
At 5 o'clock, Sports Bash Live on the eve of the Eagles reporting to training camp. The Birds report tomorrow. Wednesday is the first practice, and you'll have full coverage right here on 97.3 ESPN as we take you all the way through from training camp to the Super Bowl. Your home for Eagles football is 97.3 ESPN. Merrill Reese, Mike Quick on the call of the Eagles, of course, each and every season on 97.3 ESPN. Phillies lineup is out. The lineup, as always, is brought to you by Instant Services, the tri-state area's premier HVAC, plumbing, and electrical service provider. Go to instantservices.com and see how you can win 4 Phillies Hall of Fame Club tickets. And a lineup tonight, it's a right-handed pitcher going for Boston tonight. We'll get into the matchup in just a moment. But the lineup tonight is Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Castellanos, Realmuto, Marsh, Kemp, Kepler, Stott, and Wheeler is on the mound for the Phillies tonight. Let's break that down here just a little bit because obviously with no Bohm, Castellanos now is in the 4-hole, and that puts a lot more pressure on Nick Castellanos, who's a guy who obviously has had his struggles. So he is now in a more important 4 spot in the lineup. And with that, you've got an interesting, situation because Bohm is not there. You now don't really have that platoon guy in left field. You have Weston Wilson is back up here. JT Realmuto has hit pretty well in the last couple of weeks. He is now in the 5-hole here. Brandon Marsh, who has hit well since really, coming back from the injured list, he is in the 6th spot here. Otto Kemp is hitting 7. Max Kepler, who obviously all sorts of problems, he's hitting 8, and Bryson Stott is hitting 9. I mean, you have the 8 and 9 hole right now are completely ineffective. Kemp is a complete unknown. You got Brandon Marsh, who was, horrendous to start the season, hitting the 6 hole. I mean, this lineup without Bohm, just think about having Bohm not there now and how big how much of a difference just not having Bohm in the lineup is. And it's not like Bohm is some big bopper, but pulling him out and having Castellanos have to move up one, man, this lineup is really, really limited. Now, they're playing a Red Sox team, which all of a sudden is in the pennant race. This is a team now that all of a sudden Boston is like, hey, we're a buyer. Boston's a buyer all of a sudden. This is a team that right now, if the playoffs started today, Boston is in. If the playoffs in the American League were to start today, they would be the 3rd wild card team, and they have a little gap between them and the Rays. It's a game and a half. Right now, the wild cards are the Yankees, the Mariners, and the Red Sox. So let's talk about that for a second because we're talking about the trade deadline 10 days away. How different are things going to look 10 days from now? When all these teams, you're talking about trades. I mean, some people 2 weeks ago would be throwing the Mariners in there as a team that you could trade with, the Red Sox in there as a team you could trade with, the Angels in there. Joe Adell's name came up, and I think Joe Adell had a weekend where you would like, hey, that guy would be a guy that would look good in Philadelphia. The Angels right now, you are 4 out of the wild card spot. The Indians are 4.5 out. The Twins are 5 out. The Royals are 5.5 out.
The Cleveland Guardians.
Sorry. You know what I meant. I think you've picked up what I was putting down there.
I was trying to protect you from the idiots out there. So.
Well, all of a sudden, you've got all these teams that are all in the wild card mix, but 2 of them, the Mariners and the Red Sox and the Angels, I'll throw the Angels in there too, are as teams, and the Guardians, as teams that you thought, maybe, even the Twins. I mean, the Twins are a team that you're looking at, the relief pitchers, Jackson, Duran out there. You're taking a look at those 2 guys and wondering, do they want to trade those guys? Do they think they – and this is why those teams are tough. The Angels, the Twins, these are teams that are smaller markets. So when they have a chance to make the playoffs, like I feel like they owe it to their fans to try to go for it.
Right.
Especially the Angels. They're not a smaller market in L.A., but they are certainly the second team in town. They haven't made the playoffs for the longest tenure. Mike Trout out there, obviously they're trying to maximize what they have left of him. If they can make the playoffs, I think the Angels will do everything possible to try to make the playoffs, to try to make a playoff run.
I think the big thing we take away from this weekend is that because there's so many teams in it, the Phillies' biggest problem is that they are an organization that believes they are contenders, but they're not playing like it. So at some point, no matter who you acquire, Mike, the guys you have, they got to stop, whatever you want to call it. I don't want to curse on the radio, but it's like these guys need to get up off their what. It's like I don't understand how. Listen, we all want them to improve the team. But no matter who the left fielder is, who the center fielder is, who the closer is, it doesn't change the reality that outside of Harper and Schwarber, most of this team is not doing their job.
If you were to ask which guys are doing their job, how many guys would you say fit that category? I mean, it's to say that is almost asinine, though. This team's in first place.
But that's the problem.
And they're not doing their job. They are 56 and 43. They are 23 games over 500, and you're bemoaning that they're not doing their job.
They have been carried, though, by a group of players. There is a group of players who have carried the slop of the rest of the team.
Well, let me go through this real fast, okay? Trey Turner, is he doing his job?
For the most part. He has struggled since the All-Star break. Now, is he just in a cold streak or what? But for the most part this year, he has done his job.
I'm not the biggest Trey Turner guy in the world, but to say, 288, 344 on-base percentage in today's world, he might as well be hitting 350.
Right.
Right? I mean, in today's world, I heard Scott Air on this weekend with Billy.
Yes.
And Billy asked him about Max Kepler hitting 204. And Air's answer was, a guy hitting 204 today, he might as well hit 260 10 years ago.
Right.
It's so sad what is accepted and what is not accepted. But I think Turner has pretty much done his job. Castellanos,
no.
He frustrates me to no end because I expect it more.
Well,
270 batting average.
There's more. He's capable of doing more. And then he swings like a child who's never swung a baseball bat before.
270 batting average, 313 on base. I mean, the 270 batting average in today's world, he might as well be hitting 370. I mean, for God's sakes. But the 12 home runs is the problem. Not enough power from the right-hand side. Right. He is, to me, Castellanos, again, is the epitome of everything that is wrong with this lineup. He is the right-handed bat that's making $20 million that they don't have.
Right.
Schwarber is doing his job and some. Alec Boehm, is he doing his job?
I would say that he has gotten better since the beginning of the year. He had a horrible start to the season, and then similar to Brandon Marsh, when May and June came around, he found himself again.
He's up to 278. He's got the problem with him is the lack of power, the RBI. I mean, he's not on the RBI pace that he had been the last couple of years. Is he doing his job? Mildly. I'm not going to sit here and say you guys are missing Boehm. He has stepped it up, but he's still miscasted as the 4-hole hitter on this team. Bryson Stott is completely underwhelmed.
He is completely flamed out, and you have to wonder if there's a scenario where you unload him at the trade deadline.
JT Realmuto all of a sudden is hitting 270 with a 325 on-base percentage. Now, the power is not there, what you had come to expect from JT Realmuto, but JT has started to kind of turn it around a little bit here.
I think JT's doing his job in that a big reason why he's here is for his defense and for his handling of the pitching staff. And it's almost like the hitting is now a bonus.
Well, the hitting is a bonus, and I would say if he's hitting at the bottom half of the lineup, now he's hitting in the 5-hole. Now he's got to up his production in terms of driving runs in and that kind of stuff. So I hope, JT, the 270 guy, starts to hit a little bit more gap to gap, hits, with a little bit more, doubles, and starts to produce some runs there. Marsh has produced, 250. His problem is he has no slug whatsoever.
Right.
Rojas is what he is. Sosa's done a really good job in his role. Kemp has exceeded my expectations. Marchand really hasn't been given a big enough sample size, and the rest of the guys there. You go to the bullpen, and you're looking at a bunch of guys who – now, the bullpen, you've got – I think right now, and I want to play that bite from John Middleton about the bullpen, how the bullpen today is a way different animal than the bullpen in the postseason.
One of the things people have to realize is a bullpen in the regular season is an entirely different animal than a bullpen in the postseason. If you go back to, I was talking to Dave about this about a month ago, and he said, John, and I think it was 06 when the Tigers, which he was running, played the Cardinals. He said, the Cardinals bullpen was very mundane, very average. He said, we weren't concerned about it at all. And then they put Adam Wainwright in the bullpen. And overnight, it turned into a really, really good bullpen.
So there's a lot there that I want to kind of break down, okay? He said they had a mundane bullpen. They put Wainwright in the bullpen. They became really, really good. Do the Phillies have one guy that they could put in the bullpen that turns it from mundane to really, really good?
I feel like they're creating a scenario where they can find an excuse for why they didn't make the bullpen better at the deadline.
Well, I'm going to tell you, I'm not a big proponent of, hey, just stick this guy in the bullpen. But I will tell you where I would adjust my thinking on that. If you just said, put Abel in the bullpen, I'm kind of lukewarm on that. I don't think that does a whole heck of a lot. He said Wainwright, and that changed. Wainwright is a special pitcher.
He's a borderline Hall of Famer.
Now, here's what I'll say. Where I would adjust my thinking on this. If you told me, as I said earlier, if you had a bullpen in October of Kerkering, Strom, Robertson, Tanner Banks, those four guys, and then you added Abel, Painter, and Luzardo, and maybe one more. Probably one more because in the playoffs you don't need the fourth pitcher, so let's just throw Nola in that mix. Okay? So that's your bullpen now. Nola, Luzardo, Abel, Painter, Banks, Kerkering, Strom, Robertson. That's 8, and there's one other guy I'm missing.
Well, there's obviously no Joe Ross or Taijuan Walker.
No. Those guys are gone. I'm talking. Let me go through it one more time here. Let's see. One sec here.
Well, while you pulled it up,
Romano. So Romano would be gone. So it would be Strom and Kerkering
Gotcha.
and Banks.
Yes.
And Robertson. Those four. Luzardo 5, Nola 6, Painter, Abel would be 7 and 8, and then you probably have one more guy somewhere, whether it be Max Lazar, somebody they trade for.
I'll just put it out there really quick. I go back to what Jeff Kerr said, and I know other people have said this as well. The likelihood of Painter being in that bullpen is very unlikely.
Okay. Well, I'll just give you,
But
and I agree with that.
one does make sense.
I would agree with that, but I'll just give you my scenario on why I would be okay with that scenario, which is similar to what Middleton's saying. The bullpen in the regular season is a much different animal than it is in the playoffs.
It's true.
Everything about it, how they manage the bullpen, how they, use your roles, all of that stuff. And I have been a big proponent of, look, you can't just put a starter in the bullpen and say, do it. One guy, and here's why. You put Mick Abel in there, and he pitches on Friday night, and he throws 25 pitches. He's not used to coming back the next day and helping you again on Saturday. So
Right.
if you're putting Mick Abel out there, he's not a really high-leverage helper. He might be able to come in, throw 27 pitches in the fifth inning, but can he come back in the next day in the fifth inning and throw the same 25 pitches? Probably not.
Probably not. Now, there is one scenario I did think of for Andrew Painter. If you were to tell me, now hear me out, Mike. It's a little crazy, okay? But what if you started Andrew Painter in a playoff game, but only let him go for 2-3 innings, and then tell Painter, look, you're going to go through the lineup one time. Give it all you got.
Yeah, but who's he replacing?
And then you tell Luzardo, you're coming in out of the bullpen to follow him
Yeah,
up.
but then, so you're saying he would be the fourth starter in that one game where they need the fourth starter?
Right.
Or the 2-3 games they need
the
the fourth starter?
starter, yeah.
It's a possibility. But my point is this. So let me finish. If you took all those starters, Luzardo, Painter, Abel, Nola, and they were now all in the bullpen, you could throw one of those guys in the fifth inning on Friday that maybe the next guy is the guy in the next day.
I get what you're saying.
So in other words, Abel, you got the fifth inning tonight in a big spot here.
Sure.
And you throw 27 pitches, you're not available the next day. I have Painter that can, and it's almost like on Friday, Abel's the guy. On Saturday, Painter's the guy. On Sunday, we go back to Abel. On Monday, we go back to Painter. They almost pitch in the same sequences, but they flip. It's almost like they're platooning in the bullpen. Similar to now I have Luzardo. He's the guy who pitches in the eighth inning one day, one of the nights. Then the next day he doesn't, and somebody. Now, if you have 3 or 4 of those guys that can all be kind of interchanged, that would be a possibility of, hey, we have now added 4 or 5 arms that can all pitch in like the 5th, 6th, 7th inning of these games. And then we have Kerkering, Robertson, Strom that we kind of use at the back end. Now, I would think that Luzardo would pitch at the back end. If he's in the bullpen, I think Luzardo would probably pitch in the 8th inning of a game. I think you could see him coming in if you were facing Juan Soto and Francisco Lindor. You probably would call on Luzardo in that spot in the 8th inning, would you not?
Listen, I hear everything you're saying, but I got to be honest. I got to poo-poo on all of it because everything you said sounds great if you're playing a video game or if everything is perfect case scenario. But the reality is that the playoffs are a different animal than a regular season in that if a guy is not experienced, if a guy is not used to that moment, if a guy is not built to handle that pressure, you're asking a bunch of dudes to do something they've never done before in the most unique situation that they've never done it in.
I agree with that wholeheartedly, except for the fact that I don't know or see that those guys are available to come here. You're assuming, well, why didn't you get Clase? Well, he wasn't available. What do you want me to do? So if you're telling me they were available and you didn't get them, that's different. I would say if they don't get traded, what am I supposed to do if I can't get them? I have to then have a plan B. I can't sit on my hands and say, well, I couldn't get the guys I really wanted, so I'll just stick with Jordan Romano, Joe Ross, and Daniel Robert. I think to me that's a fail.
Listen, I hear what you're saying, but I have trouble believing.
And by the way,
that there's going to be no one you could get at the deadline. Like the Pirates have 2 guys right now. You're telling me that you couldn't at least get one of those guys?
Well, the question would be, are those 2 guys any better than putting your top 2 pitching prospects in that spot? Why would they be better?
Because they have experience doing it.
But they don't have any experience pitching in playoff moments.
No, but again, it's the idea that, okay, so what do you value more? Do you value a guy who's at least done something in some capacity, or the guy who has the potential to be great but having never done it?
I do have some, like last year, I was kind of lukewarm on Estevez. Why? He pitched in Anaheim, never a big situation. Mm-hmm. What are you going to do when you come in against the Mets in October? Well, tater shot. That's what you do because you've never pitched in that moment before. You're a good closer. His problem for me was not a big strikeout guy, not a big swing and miss guy. I would value the stuff over those guys. Santana does not have swing and miss. He is not a strikeout guy. He is more of like a Estevez, where his stuff, his numbers are good, but his strikeouts are down. The Phillies need guys in that bullpen who have stuff.
What about Bednar?
Same thing. Bednar, not a great stuff guy. Okay. Better than Santana, not a guy that you're like, wow, this guy's got great swing and miss stuff. Bednar to me would be shaky. So shaky enough that he got demoted by the Pirates this year.
So really quick. So you're saying that it's not about just trading for someone. You're kind of going back to the point that the Athletics' Matt Gelb made, which is the Phillies need swing and miss stuff.
Yes.
They don't just need dudes. They need dudes who can swing and miss.
They need guys who can strike people out.
So that's why you're saying when you look at Painter, when you look at Abel, when you look at Luzardo, you're seeing guys who have swing and miss stuff.
Absolutely. They have stuff. Okay. You know, you remember the year they went to the World Series, they brought Zach Eflin and put him into the bullpen.
Right.
He had never been in that role really at all. They were pitching him in to close games out. He had that big curveball, and he had stuff that could get somebody out late in the game. That's why we talked about weeks ago. When you have a bullpen arm, you find a guy who has 2 pitch and masters those 2 pitches because they only have to pitch 1 inning. So
Right.
you could say to Abel exactly what John Middleton said. He could throw 97 miles an hour, and he has a big curveball. You only need 2 pitches because you only need to get through 1 inning. Yeah, you might have a 3rd pitch and a 4th pitch, but when you're coming out of the bullpen for 1 inning, give me your best 2 pitches and get these dudes out, swing and miss. Phillies just don't have those guys, but they have young guys. Now, you're right. They have not been in the situation. They've never done that before. They've never pitched out of the bullpen, these guys. But if you can't get that guy in a trade, you can't stick with what you got. You just got to go with the most talented arms you have. And then, my scenario might be a little bit far-fetched to be like, hey, one night you pitch, the next night he pitches, then the next night we go back to you. You got to see how these guys feel. What's your bounce back? We ask our pitchers all the time, what's your bounce back? If you pitch 25 pitches on Wednesday, how does your arm feel on Thursday? What do you got left in the tank? Can you throw 95 miles an hour on Friday and throw 95 miles an hour again on Saturday? That's what you got to try to find out. And to me, it's very trial and error. By the way, the Red Sox lineup just dropped. Jarren Duran is hitting leadoff tonight playing left field. Is this a
audition?
little showcase?
Maybe. Duran would be a much better upgrade.
Duran,
than Kepler.
Bregman, Roman Anthony is DHing tonight. He's their top prospect. Trevor Story, Abreu, Rafaela, Mayer, Navarez, and Toro for Walker Buehler. Buehler, anybody? That's the Red Sox lineup tonight.
Yes, for those who might remember, Walker Buehler, former Dodger pitcher.
Former Dodger player who won them the World Series last year.
A couple years ago, yeah.
It was amazing. Was that last year, wasn't it?
Last year, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. But that's it. Like, I would say, if you just told me Abel's going to go to the bullpen and you're hoping that that's your fix, I have a hard time thinking, like, Abel's going to be able to pitch in the 8th inning, a high-leverage spot on Saturday night, and then be called on to pitch in a high-leverage spot again the next night. But if I have 4 starting pitchers who are now converted, one of those 4 should be able to help me out on any given night with the guys that I have. Kerkering, Strom, Banks, and Robertson, and you're hoping they add one more guy so that those starting pitchers are now more mix and match based on the day and the matchup, then they have to be high leverage. Now, if one of those guys one night, hey, listen, it's the 8th inning, we need a right-hander. Who's got the best stuff? Andrew Painter. We need 2 strikeouts. Let's get him. And then he doesn't pitch again the next day. But then the next day, the same scenario comes up. Okay, I got to go to Mick Abel here.
Again, I hear what you're saying. I am incredibly nervous.
Oh, I'm not saying
this idea.
I'm not saying it's ideal.
That we are going with a bunch of dudes who have never done something before in the biggest games of the year.
You are well within your skis here to have some sort of questioning of, can this really work? But I would also say, can the Phillies really find what they're looking for? A back-end closer to close games out. I see people text it in. They need a closer. I don't know where you're getting one. Clase, has been reported that the Guardians are not interested in trading him. Felix Bautista, being reported that the Orioles not interested in trading him. Mason Miller, the A's, being reported that the A's not interested in trading him. Okay, now what?
Again, you said we got 10 days to figure out if some of these teams are going to stay in it or drop. So we're going to find out even more over the next 10 days.
I love it. This time of the year is a lot of fun, a lot of speculation. Phil's tonight against the Red Sox. Coming up, you're going to hear more from John Middleton on his outlook. Plus, what did Dave Dombrowski say today? Stick around for that. It's all still to come on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. 5:31 on a Monday night. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. Where's everybody hanging tonight for the Phils game? They'll take on the Red Sox. Red Sox are right now the third-place team in the American League wildcard. Phillies, by the way, they are the first-place team in the National League East. If they were to flip-flop with the Metropolitans, the Mets are actually second in the wild card. The Brewers are the top team in the wild card. So the Phillies, not a big margin of error. If you don't win the division, it's not a fait accompli that you make the playoffs. You might have to actually win this division to get in, because right now you got the Brewers, who are 59-40. They are kind of leading the pack in the National League, but keep in mind the wild card race. The Cubs are leading that division, but the Brewers are 59-40, just absolutely kind of running away from the pack there. So they are 20 games almost over 500. Then you got the Mets. Then you got the Padres. Then you got the Giants. Then you got the Reds. The Cardinals are 3.5. The Diamondbacks are 50-50. They're going to be a very interesting team to watch as we look at this wild card race. All right, we want to play some of this audio, but I do want to go to some of the stuff that was said today at Citizens Bank Park. Dave Dombrowski, he said something similar about Andrew Painter as Rob Thompson said a couple of weeks ago. They were asked about Painter, and he said he is not guaranteed a spot in the rotation, but they said he is throwing the ball hard, but he doesn't have the same command that he's had in the past. And that's something that we talked about earlier. I don't think the Phillies have changed their stance on him at all. They're just saying, maybe his command is not where we had hoped it was going to be following the Tommy John surgery, which is normal. But they have not discussed Painter coming out of the pen at all, which is different from what John Middleton says. Take a listen.
We only need 3 pitchers, and we don't need our 4th pitcher until the 4th game of the division series, right? So you need 3 pitchers, and everybody else goes to the bullpen. And you're going to have people in the bullpen who are now starting pitchers first. You might see people up. I could see Abel coming back up if he's not up before that for some other reason. I could see Abel in the bullpen, coming out at 97 miles an hour with a really good curveball. Painter might be up here the same way. So you never know.
So Middleton throws, Painter, he might be a guy that could be back up here. You never know. Painter could be the same way. Well, it doesn't sound like Dave Dombrowski is jiving with what the owner of the team, John Middleton, is throwing down there.
Middleton went from being the owner of a baseball team to a Phillies fan there at the end.
That's a good way to put it.
That he got, Painter too. Yeah. He sounds like somebody texting in the text board, right, Mike? At 609-403-0973 says, just put Painter in the bullpen. It's fine.
Well, listen, I think Painter, I said all along, I don't see them pitching out of the bullpen because I think they're treating him with kid gloves.
Right. Again, he's coming off of Tommy John surgery. You mentioned the control issue, something that Keith Law told you a month ago here on 97.3 ESPN. Keith Law joined you, Mike, and he said he's got some control problems. The slider's not cutting properly. So, it sounds more and more like we can't be looking at Painter as the answer for anything right now.
No, I think Painter is a wild card. If he gives you something in the month of September, great. If not, he's obviously their top prospect. I don't think he's going anywhere. Mick Abel, to me, is a wild card. Does he have enough power to generate interest enough to get you a player in return that changes the dynamics of this team in some way, shape, or form, whether it be in the lineup or at the back end of the bullpen? Or do they just say, we like Abel enough that we'll just throw him in the back end of the bullpen ourselves? Because that, to me, is something that Middleton did say in that bite. He did say in that bite that, we can throw Mick Abel in there, and he throws 97 miles an hour with that great curveball. So it sounds as if Abel is definitely on the radar as a potential guy to help the bullpen out. And I said earlier, I think right now, Robertson can come up. What is the day that Robertson, this was thrown out there earlier. He is going to report to AAA because he needs some work before he throws. The earliest he can join the Phillies is August the 5th. So that means he will not be up here until at least next Tuesday.
Right, 2 weeks from now, basically.
Right, 2 weeks from tomorrow. So you will not have Robertson then, but you would likely have Robertson, Kerkering, Strom, Banks. I think those 4 will definitely be on the playoff roster. I mean, unless Robertson comes up and he completely stinks.
I just don't foresee that happening. You know, I was listening to a couple of people late last night, and they talked about the fact that the reason why, for those who don't know, Robertson didn't sign this offseason, not because teams weren't interested, but because he had a very particular price point.
And we talked about this months ago. The Phillies called about Robertson about 2 months ago, and the price point was way out of their range. I mean, he wanted he ended up getting $6 million from now until the end of the year.
And actually, what the Phillies don't know, because the Phillies signing him pushes them into the fourth apron, it's going to cost them $12 million.
Because they have to pay dollar for dollar every dollar they go over the luxury tax. So that's $6 million over the luxury tax. So they're really paying $12 million to add him of $6 million of which he's getting.
Correct.
It's a big number that they've committed to this guy. So those 4 guys, I'll reiterate the 4, I think will be on the Phillies bullpen.
So really quick, here's Rob Thompson. He spoke just a few minutes ago. He was asked about the addition of Dave Robertson.
An experienced guy that's been through this before. He's comfortable with Philadelphia. Last year he had a really good year. So if he can do that again, we're a much better club.
You've been with him now 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
What does he add just as a person?
He's a great leader. He's experienced. He understands the ups and downs of the season. I think he'd be great for some of our younger pitchers.
Great for some of our younger pitchers. He's really going to help us. Okay. Again, Robertson, Kerkering, Strahm, Banks. Those 4, I think, are in the bullpen. I think Luzardo will be in the bullpen. That will be 5. I think Romano's gone. I think Ross is gone. Daniel Robert, I imagine, would be gone. Max Lazar, maybe, if he continues pitching as well as he has, is like the long man. Nola. Now, Dombrowski said something earlier today. He said, we're always trying to be aggressive when we can. We'll do what we can to make us better. But he said some of the fixes to the lineup have to come internally as well. He said he hopes the current lineup will find ways to better perform.
And again, this gets back to what frustrates me about this organization, that they are so hyper committed to the idea. Remember what Dave Dombrowski said at the end of last season, the end of season press conference. Well, we have several all-stars, he said. We have plenty of all-star caliber players. This organization, whether we agree with it or not, Mike, they view this team as much better than the rest of us think they are. They look at...
Well, how much stock do you put into? A lot of people have told us that there's not a lot of hitting in the league. The hitting's down. There's a lot of flaws. The lineups have a lot of problems.
I just watched an Angels team smash my team over the weekend. Don't tell me there's not enough hitting around the league.
Well, that team's 500.
Exactly. A team that's 500 just blasted home runs. Like it's the home run derby at the bank.
The Angels have scored 437 runs this year. The Phillies have scored 454. So, I mean, yeah, some nights you break out. Some nights you win 13-0. The next day you lose 1-0. I mean, the Angels' offense isn't exactly. By the way, the Phillies' runs scored 454. It's the most in the division. They've got more runs scored than every team in their division. If they were in the West, they would have more runs scored than everybody but the Dodgers and the Diamondbacks. So, I mean, yes, every now and then. See, the big thing is
Phillies have scored the 12th most runs in Major League Baseball.
There you go.
That means there are 11 teams that have scored more runs than you.
There are 11 teams that have scored more runs than you.
And the team that's right behind you is the Cardinals. They've scored 3 less.
But keep in mind, also, the Phillies only have given up 494 runs. Their pitching does allow you to not have to have, and by the way, you just said they're where in the league? 12th?
12th overall.
So they're 12th overall.
They're 3 ahead of the Cardinals, 3 runs.
They're 394 runs. I won't guess. It's got to be in the top 2 or 3, right? That they've given up.
The allowed, I got to pull that tab up. That's a different tab.
But imagine they're in the top 5 or so. That they're, well, I mean, their bullpen, I guess, does.
Well, they're 9th in ERA, but I can do the split where you go and do when we get the split where it's just starters versus relievers.
I'm just saying overall, like, talking about their offense, they've scored 454 runs. It's not like they're
Well, overall, they've scored the ninth fewest earned runs.
Okay, so again, it goes back to, hey, everybody's got some problems. There's the lack of offense in the league this year. If the Phillies are in the top 12 in runs scored, what does that say about where the league is?
It tells me there are 11 teams that can outscore you, and that's a problem.
Not if I have better pitching.
Well, there are 8 teams that have allowed fewer runs than you have, so...
And then that would be something. Okay, the Texas Rangers are one of those teams.
Correct.
So I'm not really concerned about that. The Rangers have given up 349 runs, which is outstanding. I mean, that has to be the best in the league.
Rangers have allowed the fewest earned runs in Major League Baseball.
How's that possible? And they're 50-50.
317.
They can't score, though. They've only scored 400 runs. But the Phillies have scored 54 more runs than the Rangers have.
The team in the National League, Mike, that has allowed the fewest runs is the San Diego Padres.
Yeah, the Padres have given up 383. They have scored 400.
Giants are 2.
The Giants have given up 400 runs.
352 earned runs. I'm going off the earned run numbers. Mets are 3rd in the National League.
Okay.
4th in the National League is the Brewers. And if you're only going by National League teams, 5th of the Phillies.
Okay. Right, and the Phillies are plus 60 overall, which in the National League right now puts them at 1, 2, 3, 4. They're 4th in the National League in run differential. So, again, it goes back to what a lot of people have told us is, look, a lot of teams in this league are just struggling to score runs. Offenses are very inconsistent. They're very sporadic.
But again, I feel like we're creating scenarios where it's like, oh, see, we built and we told you this might happen. We were building in the excuse ahead of time.
I think all of us would agree that we would like them to have a more consistent and better offense. We also have to understand that this is the state of the game, unfortunately, right now as well. That's a part of this. Is I don't disagree that, look, the Mets lineup, not great, right? You look at the Mets lineup and say, how are you going to compete with that?
But the problem is that that's the same Mets lineup that, aside from Soto being added, that basically made you look bad last postseason.
It wasn't that the lineup made you look. Your bullpen looked awful in that series.
Correct.
Right. So it wasn't your starting pitching, but that lineup is, again, they're looking around saying, we got all sorts of lineup problems, right? Are they not? If you're the Mets right now, are you feeling pretty good about your lineup, or are you like, hey, we need help?
I need help with my pitching staff. I'm the Mets, which is surprising. I'm saying that because they've had injuries, but they still allowed fewer runs than you have.
And it was one of the reasons why I said I felt better if I was the Mets being tied with the Phillies when they were, is because of all the injuries they had. All right, like if you look at the Cubs lineup is
Cubs allowed right behind the Phillies 6 fewest runs in the National League.
Yeah, and their lineup it's good. I mean, it's not like I would think the Cubs lineup is
Cubs have scored the 2nd most runs in baseball.
Well, they got off to a great start. You got a guy like Pete Crow Armstrong, who's Kyle Tucker. Those guys have really exceeded the expectation. Or Pete Crow Armstrong has exceeded the expectations. Tucker, he gets traded over here. He's had a good start.
Bush too is having a great year. The first baseman.
They've got guys who are kind of exceeded. We'll see what happens in the second half of the season for them.
Really quick. So here's the National League. Dodgers are number 1. Cubs number 2 in runs scored. Diamondbacks are 3rd. We don't know if they're buyers or sellers or not yet, but we'll find out. Next up on the list are the Brewers, followed by the Reds, and then the Phillies.
Well, I don't think anybody out there listening right now is arguing that they need to add a bat. Now, just going off of the thing that Dombrowski said, I would imagine they're thinking about Justin Crawford as, hey, we have to get some internal stuff here. Okay?
Again, I'm not against the idea of bringing up Crawford. I'm not against that. I just feel like I don't want to see a guy get traded. Because it feels like it happens almost every year now.
Mm-hmm.
Guy gets traded at the deadline, and it's like, well, why didn't we get him?
Jeff Kerr was on with us earlier. He tweeted this out. Dombrowski said the same things that I've been hearing and seeing with Andrew Painter. The stuff is there, which is an excellent sign. The command is where Painter is still adjusting post-Tommy John surgery, and Painter is learning how to pitch to more patient hitters, which is what you see at the AAA level as opposed to the single-A level. You're seeing guys who are a little bit more, trained with their eye. And that is one thing that maybe the Phillies are saying, okay, we don't want to rush them too much. So keep that in mind. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We've got the Bet365 play of the day. By the way, we just talked about Pete Crow Armstrong. He is Not in the lineup tonight with a bruised right knee. So that an MVP caliber season for him. Not in the lineup tonight. All right, we will give you the Bet365 play of the day next on the Sports Bash right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, it's time now for the Bet365 play of the day. I'll give you my favorite plays of the day. You do what you want with them. We'll see if we can win you a couple bucks. We've been winning people a lot of money. Josh, how'd we do this weekend?
Not so good this weekend, Mike. Both the Tigers and the Mets lost on Friday, but you are still way over 500 at 201, 136, and 1.
201, 136, and 1. That's a pretty damn good record. Don't hold that against me, all right? All right, I'm putting my three teams in and trying to make sure that I get the usually have these punched in. Here we go. There we go. My three teams tonight, I'm going with, give you an odds of plus 312. The Brewers with Brandon Woodruff on the mound going against the Mariners. I like the Rays tonight against the White Sox. And I like the Phillies tonight with Zach Wheeler on the mound against the Red Sox. Put those three together, plus 312 odds. $10 will play you $41. And that's my Bet365 play of the day. You know, Zach Wheeler, 13-0 since August of 2024 as a regular season home favorite. That's the position he's in tonight. Bang, right there. I like the Phils tonight against the Sox. They are my Bet365 plays of the day.
Don't forget the Sports Bash will be this Friday at Tropicana Showroom in Atlantic City for Boxing Insider Promotions Summer Action-Packed Event. Of course, don't forget the WBC Silver Junior Flyweight title will be on the line Friday night, along with undefeated heavyweight boxer Bruce Selden Jr. from Absegami High School in Philadelphia, rising star Dayon, but all headline the local boxers in action this Friday, Tropicana Showroom in Atlantic City. Of course, tickets on sale at Ticketmaster.com Friday, July 25th.
All right, good stuff there. Friday night boxing back in Atlantic City. By the way, Malcolm Jamal Warner passed away, 54 years old, from The Cosby Show.
Sad.
Can't believe it.
Guy was a legend.
Childhood flashing before my very eyes. All right, ugly Phillies loss last night. See if they can bounce back tonight with Zach Wheeler on the mound. We'll be back tomorrow to talk it all about it right here on the Sports Bash Plus, the Phillies report to training camp. We got a full preview. Adam Kaplan for Football at 4 tomorrow. Frank Close empties the Phillies mailbag and all that and more. Coming up next, it is the best of the Sports Bash. Have a great rest of your night, everybody. And, of course, we'll join you right back here tomorrow on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. The 97.3 ESPN free mobile app and live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube. Just search Mike Gill Show. Have a great night, everybody.